play this for a while. I was thinking that we were going to play for Diablo 1 before we got around to this, but you know what? I've just been craving some Diablo 2 so much recently that I thought, fuck it, it's time to just get stuck into Project Diablo 2 and see if it's all that's cracked up to be. And I did play a tiny little bit just to make sure everything was running fine and I'd installed everything alright. So I done like up to the Den of Evil, and I gotta say, like right away, I'm really liking this game. I went with a druid again because I just wanted to get like a real taste. Just get like a real taste. 1 second. Let me just tweak my window here. But yeah, I played up to Den of Evil and I was very pleasantly surprised. I've had a little bit of issues just getting it to like run right. Like right now my window's kind of squashed. It looks fine on the stream end, but on mine, like, it's just like a little bit cut off at the bottom and it's kind of like letterboxed. And for some reason it wasn't coming up on stream, but I guess it's just a little bit of running the actual old engine and the old graphics, but it's fine, honestly. And it actually still was worth it for sure, being able to finally see like those old school legacy graphics and the widescreen. Like I'm liking that a lot. Got like a lot more space, and man, look at that fucking inventory, right? That's just so nice. Like look at all that space, man. And strangely, like when I started my game, I had nothing. Like I didn't have any weapons, didn't have any equipment like at all equipped, so I was just running around like hitting stuff with my fists. But yeah, I did Den of Evil. I got rare buckler, a couple nice, just basic rings, basic club, and yeah, look at this fucking stash, man. That's a stash. Oh man, look at that fucking stash, man. And it's stackable. So I'm gonna have to get I'm gonna have to tame my hoarding a little bit for sure, but now I'm also thrown back in. I have no idea what's gonna be worth keeping. Obviously, like Ring of Dex, worthless. So just sell that right away. You can tell right away my hoarding mode is entwined. Yo, Mark, man, how you doing tonight, dude? But yeah, I already am feeling the boost. I have 4 ravens already. I leveled up 4 times. I put everything into vitality, leveled up ravens 4 times, and the ravens are fucking awesome, man. Like, they're actually so buffed. You can tell right from the start.
Yes.
And it's got a lot of nice settings, for sure. I was expecting more video options. You got contrast. There's like some stuff on here like HD text and more advanced stuff. I mean, it's still great. It's still way better than the base game, obviously. Like, so good to have, but I don't understand this either. The game is ending in 29 minutes. Make a new game. This is some online stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of different things. Like, there's auto map. way more sound options, which is epic. Like, you can control all the UI, monster sounds, skill sounds, so that's gonna be really fucking nice to mess around with. You can turn the ambience right up, turn NPC speech off, so that's so great. Yeah, I'm gonna need to configure my hotkeys. Oops. Yeah, I'll keep that like M. And then I'm just gonna do like QWERTY. And ASD. And then let's see. Yeah, I keep my belts 1 to 3. Show items like that on space. Character screen. Inventory on B. Yeah, this should be fine for now. Nice, man. Yeah, DS3 is by far my favorite. Like, I feel on DS3 they just actually refined everything out, so it still gives enough of a challenge, and it's much better graphics, it's less clunky, like they fixed the camera, the stats are better, it just feels way more streamlined. Man, let me... And the fucking dogs were barking here like crazy. They were barking so fucking bad. That's why I wasn't on for half an hour, because there was like 20 dogs outside just going like fucking nuts. Just gonna run to Blood Raven. And yeah, I've been alright. It's been a pretty peaceful day. It's been a nice like rainy day. And the weekend's here, so I'm off work, and yeah, I was just playing like a little bit of Hearthstone earlier, and installing Project Diablo, reading a bit, got some shopping. It's a pretty easy day, just chilling, nothing mental. Yeah, look at these fucking ravens, man. They fucking crush. And I have 4 right away. Like, look at them, man. They're absolutely crushing them. I know it's just the start of the game. I know it's just like the beginning. But they're just running around like one-shotting everyone. And yeah, let me back out. Might as well just back out quickly. And I'll jump server, because apparently that game ending thing. I'll go like Asia, Northeast. No, just go Europe West. It doesn't matter. I'm like the only person in it anyway. I'm just gonna play single player. And get back up the hill. Oh, this one's fucking... Why does it say Europe North? I got some things to just quickly sort out. I never played Diablo 2 online, so I have no idea how this old shit works. 35 remaining. What's up with the server rotation? Oh well, 1 hour 35 is enough time. But yeah, I've heard lots of shit about this game. Like, amping up lots of the skills. I think you can get 2 bears. And you can get a shit ton of ravens. I'm just gonna max out my summons, and it's actually really fucking nice because summons wasn't the best build in the OG game, but this time it's like I'm feeling summons could actually be fucking awesome. I might as well stick to what I'm used to a little bit. I was thinking about going Amazon. I still will. This is gonna be like my main ARPG now. I'm gonna be playing this one a lot. Like, might come back to just regular Diablo 2 now and then. But this one's definitely gonna have a lot more to offer, I think. I love these small little additions to the UI as well. Like, I love how you can actually see how many potions you've got, like, hanging in your belt. And yeah, there's more content. Oh no, I've got 5 ravens already, man. Fuck yeah. Look at them, man. They're just fucking steamrolling. They're just crushing everyone. I'm actually feeling like way more OP. The start of Diablo 2, it's all, I don't know, obviously if you played it a lot and you know how to like min-max a little bit at the start or just kind of like rush through everything, you can get through it, but it always just feels a bit sluggish. Now I feel like a fucking sorcerer or something. I'm just like running through it. But yeah, I'll see how the difficulty actually ramps up. I'm kind of just going back into it blind. I have made like an online character, but I still just want to actually get used to everything in the game before I start trying to trade anything or want to actually see what it's all like cracked out to be. I don't know if they've changed like Duriel or they've changed stuff that happens in between the acts. I got like no idea. Just run around with fucking ravens. I've needed like nothing else. Like, yeah, just summon ravens, run around the fucking map. What's this burning chest? I've taken like 0 damage like the whole time, honestly. It's been completely negligible. I don't think I've ever needed to use a healing potion. I suppose it's kind of normal, but I'll use one now just to like, gotta replace this shit with mana for sure. Oh, I got a little charm there. And yeah, I've heard this whole section you can just fill with charms. I thought it was like this top part of your inventory is just normal inventory and then the bottom parts for charms. But that's maybe just what I've seen people doing. It does kind of look different though. But yeah, I can't get items down there. Lots of juice as well. And we'll see what the gear's like. I should probably try and play it a little bit faster since I actually know what I'm doing from the base game. Not much need to kill absolutely everything, but it's been a little while since I played this game actually. It's been like, oh, it must have been like a month or something. Fucking get another one in Ravens. I get 5 Ravens already? No, I'll still go 4. Next level I get 5. And you only got the whole crew at like level 5. I got Jimmy, Timmy, Steve, Oswald. Just need to tank, man. I was playing Grim Dawn as well. Like we kind of flip-flopped. We're gonna play Diablo 1. Man, I was playing that game for like 4 fucking hours and I died. And I forgot to save my game. I just like wiped my whole progress. And when shit like that happens to you, it kind of pushes you out a little bit, you know. Kind of like, I have to do it all again, rather than like, oh, just pick it up again in the next week. Then try playing Grim Dawn, and it was alright. Like it wasn't a bad game. It was just, I don't know, it just felt kind of mid, and there was a lot of things I didn't really like about it. So now I just was like, fuck it, man. Let's just get back on Diablo 2. I started playing it for the first time 3 months ago, and then it just quickly became one of my favorite games ever. Yeah, you played Diablo 4. Yeah, I haven't played Diablo 4. I've heard mixed things about it, but like maybe you can get it on Game Pass as well, or if you ever see it, you should try Diablo 2. Like you can get the Resurrected. I'm pretty sure that's on Game Pass as well, or if you see it on sale, it's like really fucking good. I've heard mixed things of Diablo 4. Some people like it, some people don't like it so much, but I never heard anyone say that they think it's better than 2. So if you ever get the chance to play 2, I definitely recommend it. There's just something about it that makes it like so fucking addictive, and it's like simple, but you can end up playing it like all night. It looks kind of basic on the surface, and then when you start getting into it, it's actually like peak. Yo, Nanoya, man. What are you gonna tell me this time, huh? You're gonna jump on my stream and tell me to play Project Diablo 2 like you always do? It's like, you can't say that now, man. I'm on it. And yeah, the cutscenes are... I think Blizzard has always been a master of great cutscenes. And cutscenes on Diablo 2 are actually peak as well. Even the old ones. Even though it came out in like the 90s or like late 90s, the cutscenes in the game look like fucking phenomenal. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will love it. Pretty sure I'll love Project Diablo 2. I do love it already. I love just like my summon build feels way better. I'm having this weird lag where it's like I'm clicking on stuff and it takes like two or three clicks to get it going. I'm sure over time I'll just start refining it out more and I'll hook everything up to the way I like it. I should buy some tomes. Hopefully I can do some of the shit as well that seemed to be bugged and resurrected, like being able to make my minions focus on a specific target and yeah, just like little tweaks. I do have really high ping on the server, maybe that's what it is, but I thought it wouldn't really matter since I'm playing by myself anyway, but no, Nanoya, do you know like they change too much, you know? The graphics do look way better as well. I'm not sure why. I guess they have changed a lot of stuff, like subtle things in the shadows. Shadows look much better. Textures, I don't know, everything looks smoother. It looks a lot better than Resurrected. Let's get fucking 5 ravens. I got the whole squad of ravens in 6 levels. Fuck yeah. I don't know about stats either. On OG, it's just like dump everything into Vitality. Maybe they've tweaked some of that as well. Maybe the other stats for Druid actually have like a little bit of purpose. I will see. I'm just gonna pretty much play it the same until I kind of hit more of a wall or get more gear and everything opens up a bit. Oh, nice XP shrine. Yeah, see what I mean? I'm like clicking stuff and there's like a little bit of clunkiness, like walking around shit. Yeah, I think D2R is still really good if you haven't played it before. Like if you've never played the game, it's pretty much perfect to get into it for the first time. Especially if you're playing on console or you're playing on more modern system. It runs great, but fuck the new graphics. And the end game is like when I got to end game, even though it's like, yeah, there's so much there is technically so much more to do. There's the Ubers, getting the best rune words, like everything. But man, it just felt like a fucking drain. Like how you would go from A to B end game. It's like I don't want to just do bail runs after bail run after bail run and just run lower Karast fucking constantly. Like maybe run lower Karast like 100 hours. It's just a bit much. So I was like, you know, if I do really like the game and I'm gonna dump a lot of time into it, I might as well pick up Project Diablo 2 where the ceiling is way higher for stuff that you can do. Just a lot more content, more balanced. It's not even so much the class balancing, but the pace and balancing, because once you get to the end of Diablo 2, it is like a serious fucking grind. I had already started doing lower Karast runs, and it became like a job, man. It wasn't fun. It was like, oh, I want my Jarun. I'll just like teleport to the super chest and lower Karast. And like, oh, I have like 2 hours spare. Let me just jump on Diablo 2 and do lower for the next few months, and maybe I'll get a Jarun. It's like they needed to freshen it up a bit, for sure. And I have no idea if the new bosses are going to be any harder, or if they've buffed up the bosses on the difficulties. But it's definitely like much more appealing to me that they have balanced the classes, so I'm probably not going to get to the end of Hell on my druid and then realize like, this is actually like trash for doing Ubers or whatever. It's nice that everything is viable. Yeah, I'm playing non-ladder. Like I have an online character, but it's mostly just to give myself the option in the future. If I do want to play online, I'm gonna play offline for most of it until I get to like Nightmare or Hell and actually get used to the game. Because I don't want to get carried by other people as well. You know, when you play like an MMO and it's been out for a really long time, and then you meet some people and they just give you like the best gear, they give you like loads of money, and they get you like right into the end game, and like, oh, you can join with us and we'll like rush you. And I'd rather just actually get a chance to appreciate the game and find my bearings and see what I like before I get like stuck into all that. But hey, I'm looking forward to doing that in the long run for sure. I've never played ladder on any ARPG. I've played a lot of them, like I played Path of Exile a lot. These games can be such a time sink, you know. And I honestly get like hundreds of hours just playing the base game. So it's awesome that it's there. If you're playing it like constantly and it's like your main game and you're clocking in like so much time and you know the game like your back of your hand, then like ladder's great. But for me, it's like I'm always at the point where I don't want my character to get wiped. I just want to figure it out, get like a good build, get comfortable with the game. But you never know, like Project Diablo 2 could be the one where I might get stuck into some ladder at some point. I've got 5 ravens now. I should like invest in something else. But yeah, I'm crushing it. Compared to how it was at the start of the OG Diablo 2, you can feel the buffs instantly. After I kill like what crack. Those guys, like, when I was playing Diablo 2 for the first time, those gargantuan beast things fucked me up. Now it's just like at the ravens. Level 52 ravens would be sick. I definitely would like to just have a shit ton of ravens and 2 bears. Then fuck around with the wolves again. Go. Jimmy, Timmy, Steve, Oswald, attack! I feel like for me, Diablo 2 hits the sweet spot. I really like Path of Exile, like I do like that game a lot. But it's a much bigger commitment to learn everything. Diablo 2 is simple but very deep at the same time. And yeah, the Grim Dawn is looked alright. I don't like dodge rolls. I don't like dodge rolling in an ARPG. It's like if I play a turn-based RPG, like a JRPG, I don't really like having reacting times, like doing the QTEs and stuff. It's just a personal thing, really. But yeah, for me, like Diablo 2 just hits the right spot. It has all the mechanics that I like. It's not overly complicated. You can play it like hard or you can play it chill. There's not like there's not huge downtime like there is at points in PD2 where you're just kind of like in town for like fucking hours looking at the skill tree, trying to like socket all your items and stuff, and just kind of like 2 games in one. Still a noob though. Take a little bit of time to get used to everything, but I'm pretty much back in the game right away. Just feels like Diablo 2, but better. Yeah.
And so it came to pass that the counter.
I've gone too far. Mincing ties. Oh. Man, I fucking miss mince and tatties so much. You can get tatties here, but the mince is shit here, man. Like the mince here is fucking trash. Like the fucking mince, the beef in general is so fucking bad, man. I tried to make mince and tatties many times. It's just like, nah. That's Scottish beef. Scottish beef is king. I used to get that like premium mince, like less than 5% fat, like Aberdeen Angus fucking mince from Marks and Spencer's. And then I would get black garlic and onions. Red onions I would use. Cook it with red onions, black garlic, fry it up in fucking olive oil. Get a gold top milk and Lurpak butter. And put like that in a pot with the tatties, like mash the tatties in a bit of gold top milk in the Lurpak. And then get peas, green peas. Put a little bit of butter on that in a pot. Fry them up. It was like peak mince and tatties. Even though like Scotland or the UK, we don't really have too much of our own food. Like mince and tatties, yeah, it's like a banger of a dish. You know, but we don't really have like too many other things except maybe like haggis. But the fucking supermarkets in the UK are amazing. Like they're really fucking good and you don't realize it. You don't actually realize like how good they are until you go to another country. I'm sure they're probably pretty good in the US as well, but But the UK supermarkets are good. Especially now. They're pretty competitive. I gotta get me a book. I gotta get me a tome. It's nice to actually have all this space for actually having some charms as well. Might just like throw a couple jewels in this. Fuck it, just do some jewels quickly in this. I was holding so many jewels on the old one. So I'm not gonna hold on to so many gems and jewels and shit. It's like, just use them, man. How many ravens can you even get in this? I mean, I've got max ravens at like level 6. At least max ravens from OG. I suppose I'll have to at least get like 1 point in wolves just to get bears. And I might actually try Wind Druid this time. Since I went like fire on the OG. Might actually see what Wind Druid's like. This scaling's way better, right? I suppose you get kinda less skills which would come in handy. But that Arctic Blast is shit. Maybe they buffed Arctic Blast. Some classes I noticed actually have completely new skills. Shockwave. Feels kinda shit getting Arctic Blast. Just like counterintuitive to get Arctic Blast because it's like the worst fucking skill ever. Cyclone armor is decent. Release several small ones. Yeah, fuck it. Like new build. Instantly moves to a destination. For a minute there, I thought that was like a teleport. Right, I'm gonna try Wind Druid, and because it has less skills overall, you know, probably just max out the last two, and then I can dump everything else into summons. And I will do these 2 little dungeons, and then I'll jump out and switch server. I gotta get used to how the maps change, because when I was playing the OG on single player, my map just stayed the same all the time. But now it'll be like my map will completely reset. Sometimes for the grind, playing on single player was so good. Because sometimes you would get a Countess map and it was just clean as fuck. Oh, you get mapping though, don't you? Like you actually get mapping, like you get map pieces or something. I know you can get corrupted items, and there's a bunch of shit that you can do to like re-roll a lot of your gear. I don't know if I need to get to end game or hell to do all that shit, but we'll find out. Alright, let's see what shitty Arctic Blast is like on PD2. Oh, that's sick as well. It's like I don't need to actually select the spell and then right click. I can just hit Q, or I can just hit the button that I've assigned it to. Oh man, that is actually, oh, that is so fucking nice. That's actually going to make Druid way easier to play. Because one of the things that kind of dragged with Druid, or you play a class that has lots of skills, like my Druid on the OG had like 15 skills, switching between them all and then right clicking. Even though it doesn't seem like much, when you keep having to constantly do it, it does add up and it does make it kind of clunky. And then you don't want to have as many skills, just so you have less like fucking around. But now that I can just literally press the hotkey and it'll do the spell. Let's say as well, like, potions are absolutely fucking everywhere. Nice. Arctic Blast isn't even that bad now. It's actually pretty good. But yeah, I'll need to get in the habit of just not picking up all the potions that I see. I'm interested to see how they've rebalanced the mercenary as well. Got that rare. That's alright. Kinda wasted those jewels, but fuck it. It's better than them sitting in the stash forever. They should have added this shit. Like, that's so nice to just be able to mash the hotkey instead of having to select the skill then right click. This is a very small thing. I honestly wouldn't have minded if they made potions refill, like in Path of Exile. That's one of my favorite new mechanics for just the basic quality of life. It's like, what the fuck is the point picking up potions all the time? Yeah, it's just like a lot of micromanagement, but don't want to change everything, right? I mean, I've seen clips of people doing shit like they get into a fight and they drop all their potions all over the floor because it's quicker to just run up to them and pick them up and it goes automatically in your belt, then going into your inventory. It's only Alright, let's try Europe North again. Hopefully it's reset. 54. Why am I still in Asia East? Playing on single player is just so much less bullshit, you know? Okay, that should be better.
I can hardly believe that you have defeated Bloodraven. Though she was once my closest friend, I pray that...
I think people are already tired of D2R, honestly. I mean, it came out quite a long time ago. It's been out for quite a while now. I mean, when did it come out? Like 2019? It's pretty old. I guess you do still get quite a lot of people playing it, like on stream, and it is still like a pretty popular game, but it's mostly just riding on Diablo 2's coattails. Sometimes people are just resistant to change, you know. Man, these pings are shit. I told you about that, right? Like 250 is okay, but then spiking up to like 750 is like, nah, man. Like, fuck that. Right. Where am I gonna get the best connection? I don't know how good the server quality is. I have no idea where the servers are actually located either, because it's like Europe North. I don't know if I'd be closer in West, or even if I'd be closer in like North Asia. It's hard to say. Alright, we'll try Western Europe. Yeah, look at that ping, like right up to 2516. Like,
It is clear that we are facing an evil. The order welcomes you.
I've got 3 tomes as well. And why doesn't shift click work on putting them in the tomes? If server quality is consistently bad for me just because I'm like in a bad location, then I will just switch to single player. This seems alright now. I have very, like, fuck this, man. Like, fuck that. Like, do you see that lag? I can carry a shit ton of scrolls in this tome now. Oh my god. Yeah, I just tried like 4 different servers and they're all shit. Path of Exile servers can be pretty bad as well sometimes, to be fair. just sell all these rings, honestly. We got some okay loot. But nothing crazy yet. I definitely want to see how much better the loot can be. I'm just gonna sell all these fucking potions as well. Since they're lying on the ground like everywhere. What's that? Vial of Light Song? What is this? Oh, I've got 40 keys as well, that's nice. Yeah, you can get way more stacks of keys, tomes, or scrolls. That's nice. Oh, can we stack it? Can we stack it? No? You can't stack it? Do I need to go into shared? Is it the same one? Yeah, 2 chips. Why can't I stack them? God damn it, don't cock block me out of the stacking feature. No, you can't stack them. What? You can't stack them. Only flawless and perfects can be stacked. I see. Thanks for the tip, man. Nice shackle. What's a shackle? Nice. So this is just like unlimited stacks or like 99 stacks. Oh, that actually makes everything way easier since I've got like a dedicated page that's just for all the finished items and the rooms and shit. That's really fucking nice. The hat. The hat's mid. Yeah, I gotta get some better gear. We're just getting started though. We're just getting started. And I've been putting everything into Vitality again. Just cause why not? But yeah, I'm hoping that the server's gonna be alright. It doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to, you know, not lag like shit. I feel like item drop consistency is pretty much the same from the start of Diablo 2. I haven't noticed too much difference. Maybe even in some of my new games on OG, I would have more rares and better loot so far. But yeah, it's very early. Did I get that? Yeah, I got the next quest. Alright, gotta go find Deckard Cain. Deckard Cain! And it's true that it is clunky always having to pick up potions in the OG. But in Project Diablo 2 it seems way less, like I'm just leaving most of these potions behind. Burial grounds. We can like run Bloodraven once more, I guess. No harm in that. And yeah, even that Merc is... everything's buffed. Like, everything's way meatier. There is a greater sense of progression, but maybe it's matched in Project Diablo 2. Because, you know, in the original game, you are pretty fucking weak at the start. It does feel a little bit underwhelming, especially if you're like a melee character. But then once you start playing it more and more, you start to feel more like a beast, which is really nice aspect in like all RPGs to have that real sense of progression. But maybe Project Diablo 2 does it as well. You already start off feeling more powerful than normal, but like once you get to the end, you're like a fucking god, you know. Oops. The first time I did her, she was easy. Oh, I got her. Nice. Yeah, shit drop so far. When I played the original, my drops were good. I never grinded. I just played the game, strolled through, and I got amazing drops. It wasn't until right at the end where I maybe started doing a tiny bit of grinding, but I got like such good drops, like such good uniques, and set items, like everything. Stuff that really fit my build as well. Like I got really good. I had like Raven lore and War Traveler boots. Like got extremely lucky crafting Amis, like second Ami that I crafted. I got exactly what I wanted. First time gambling, I got exactly what I wanted. So I'm kinda worried that Project Diablo 2, my luck's gonna run out. You know, like probability, it's not gonna be too much in my favor. Maybe I'm gonna have to grind a little bit more to get some good shit. Yeah, I think Bloodraven, she's probably not resting well. She's probably in hell. But hopefully we give her her soul like a little bit of release. And yeah, this shit, like game ending in 29 minutes. How often do these servers reset? Because I swear I started off on West and it was like, it had like 20 minutes left. I only have to be changing in and out of games, resetting the map all the time. I like a long haul, you know what I mean? Yeah, I've got Cyclone armor, can't go wrong with that. Arctic Blast is way buffed. Like, way buffed. And in the OG, you're just sitting there like a fucking idiot. Yeah, I don't know if they've tweaked immunities as well, but going Fire Elemental Druid was weak because there's fucking like 75% of the immunities in the game is fire. So if you pick fire, it's like way too much resistances, way too much immunities. You go wind, I hardly saw anything for my entire time in the game that had wind resistances. So from that alone, I think wind will be a better shout, but maybe they changed that as well. Because fire was way unbalanced. Yeah, I don't know about these. I don't know much about corruption zones and corrupted items and doing the mapping and stuff. I suppose if it's the same as PD2, or sorry, it's the same as Path of Exile, I'll be able to pick it up, but wasn't there a yellow cap? Yeah, we got it. Rare hat. Meh. We're still in the early days. We'll get some good shit eventually. I like you can hold way more charms as well. Actually makes some of the items more useful, right? Because charms in the OG, some of them are amazing. And most of them are just like useless shit. Have you ever tried Mackey's honeycomb ice cream? Yeah, I have. It's nice, like, it's nice. I love honeycomb. You know, like Yorkie honeycomb. And I love like crunchies, you know, the crunchy bars, like they're fucking amazing. Or even just you get the honeycomb pieces, like they're fucking peak. I got some really nice ice cream in the freezer. It's kind of like Georgia's version of the Mars bar. It's called Bar M. It's like a frozen bar M. You know those Mars bar ice creams? It's kind of like that, except it's got a spongy bit on the bottom. It's fucking nice. Ooh. Arctic Blast is pumping it up, man. Oh, okay, so I have to wait until hell till I can do the loot mapping stuff. I wasn't sure how far I'd get to that. What about corrupted items? Is that a wait for hell as well? Fucking Arctic Blast. Man, it's kind of annoying. I like Druid on OG Diablo 2, but that's kind of annoying, especially at the start. When people are trying to backseat in the worst way, and you're like, why are you playing Druid? Druid sucks, Druid shit. It's like, this is PD2. I'm running around with Arctic Blast. Like, one-shotting these plebs, man. Definitely will use a loot filter. I'll use a loot filter long before I get to Nightmare. I kept it off at the start because I wasn't sure what loot's actually going to be good or not, or what I can actually like expect to find, how much everything's been buffed up. But yeah, 100% I will be using a loot filter. Because another weak thing in OG Diablo 2 is the amount of trash. It's the same in every ARPG, but especially the further you get in, like, you know, so much of the items is just worthless fucking junk. And it's such a nice feature to have as well to just, yeah, don't show me whites. Or only show me, I wonder if you can get to show you like, oh, only show me like 4 sockets. Only show me 4 socket shields and stuff like that. That would be really nice. I don't know how much of the meta's changed on, should I be going for a Monarch shield? Or Spirit Sword? I don't know if they've changed the rune words. Nothing. I guess I'll find out. I don't like to wiki games. But you kinda have to at some point on Diablo, or most ARPGs. Yeah, man, those like crunchy nuggets. You know, like it's basically like the honeycomb pieces. But it's just they're just like covered in chocolate. I fucking love those, man. I think it's Cinder Toffee it's called. I'll definitely be getting my ice cream out of the freezer soon. You're making me want my ice cream now. But it was like a colder day here. And you know when it's been really fucking hot? Man, it was 37 degrees here the other day. It's been 35 degrees nearly every single day. And then the other day was like, no shit, it was like 37, 39. I was like, fuck, man. And I've gotten almost used to it, right? Because today it was raining and I was like, thank fuck. And I go outside and I'm like, oh, it's only like 28 degrees today. It's quite cool. And it's like, man, 28 degrees is still fucking hot. But I'm not feeling it, you know. But 37 is just crazy. Yeah, you need to use a loot filter. You're just gonna see like, or you're not gonna see enough. Hey Flora, how are you? You got something to sell tonight? I want to hear your pitch. I don't know if it's really worth sticking around too much, because I know a lot of people, they play Diablo 2 a lot and then they kind of just play it a different way to me, where instead of sort of just going for the game, killing everything, like doing the quest, blah blah blah, they'll just like rush. They'll just pick like a big meta build and they'll just like fucking run like right to the end of the game pretty much, and then they'll do all their leveling and their grinding in specific areas. But yeah, I feel like since it's still my first try at Project Diablo 2, I do want to actually slow down and still appreciate the game and see everything that is changed. They better not change these they better not rotate the servers going down like every hour or whatever. That's just too much. Cyclone armor is really buffed as well, because On the old ones, on the old one, it's like it was good, but it disappears very, very fast. You take a few hits and it's gone. Okay, got the entrance there. Yeah, I know there's a timer, I just don't know how much it resets, you know? Because I feel like I tried the first time on the Western server and it said, yeah, it's done in like an hour 20 minutes. Ooh, that's nice. Free werebear and free werewolf on a magic. So maybe like magic items are actually not trash sometimes. I don't know if I'm gonna go. Oh, there's another one. There's another wolf head. 2 maximum damage plus 2 like. A timer for my armor. Okay. Does that actually give me... Nice. Yeah, I wasn't planning on shapeshifting too much. But honestly, like... It's gonna be so nice to just be able to buy respecs and actually have the freedom to try new builds. Like, let's actually try it. Oh, sick. I can have fucking ravens out as well. I can have ravens at the same time. Can I summon ravens? Oh, nice. I can have summons and shapeshifting on at the same time. Nice. Big Fuzzy Bear is quite like a nice... He's got like... He's like ripped. He's got like some fucking abs. Nice. Yeah, I'll actually be able to have so much more fun with this. Because yeah, on the OG it's like, oh, you can try Wind Druid, or you can try a Shapeshifting Druid. And it's like, yeah, but I don't want to run through 3 difficulty levels and do the whole thing again. Just to try a new build out, you know? Nice. Yeah, the game just feels way more balanced. Even though I'm kind of like running around like crushing everything, it feels way more like Path of Exile. It feels a lot more smooth. werebear's actually pretty peak. Maybe I can just try that. I have this hat, so free to werebear and the wolf. Maybe I should just try this build for a bit. Poison creeper? You think poison, like, why online, Fisk? Why not single player? It's like good in a group or something? I had poison creeper in the OG. It was good, especially to have more variety of damage types. But it was also like really weak, you know, it would disappear very fast. And I wonder if they've changed the spirit. Heart of the oak, because that was really good. But there's a little like catch with it, is that if you're playing single player, you're playing solo. Once you get it past like level 6 or 7, it stops giving you buffs to the health, and it actually takes chunks off the amount of health boost that you get and replaces it with range. So it kind of peaks, especially for solo play, at about level 6. Okay. I get poison creeper. Old Viney the Vine. You played Project Diablo 2, Fisk. Like you're a PT2 guy? I'm hardly in it already. Feel like I much prefer it. So you done. Yeah, the skills in PD2 are completely different. Like everything's been reworked, but pretty much everything's buffed, so there's probably no harm in Poison Creeper. But yeah, I actually thought Poison Creeper was kind of weak in D2R. Especially later game because it dies so easily. You should definitely try Project Diablo, I think. You can probably play single player cracked, but not online. I was a little bit disappointed because I thought that you only needed to buy Diablo 2 or Lords of Destruction to play it. And so I got Lords of Destruction, and I assumed that like includes the base game as well. So I thought I was only going to pay like $9.99, but then I had to pay like $20. I feel like it's just classic Blizzard. I mean, I'm gonna get my money's worth, but for such an old game, it's like they could have done me both of them for $9.99 or something, you know, instead of like $20 for a fucking 25-year-old game. But I'll get my money's worth out of it for sure. Yeah, that frost attack is Arctic Blast. That's what I mean. It's like Arctic Blast is trash. And the OG. I think it's renowned as the worst skill in the entire game. But in PD2 it's actually pretty decent. And they buffed everything. Like you can get more ravens, you can get way more summons, you can get 2 bears. You can get way more ravens, you can get more wolves. There's even entire new skills, I think for Necro and Assassin. Those classes actually have entirely new skills. So there's way more you can do. There's 2 new bosses. There's extended end game. There's like mapping feature. They pretty much just went full on with it. Like, the principle of the mod is to make Diablo 2 as though they never stopped working on it. So I think if you play Diablo 2 a lot, it's really worth it, because the end game on Diablo 2 is kind of weak. It's a really long grind without much going on in between. You can get 4 bears, didn't we? Neosi, yeah, shout out, man. I feel like now I'm finally playing PD2. What's everybody gonna say? Because it was all the PD2 community was jumping in my streams like, oh, you should play PD2, you should play PD2. It's like, I'm playing it, I'm on it. Like, what you got to say now? And yeah, I think I'm here to stay, honestly. You can get 4 bears though. That's fucking insane. 4 bears? I'm definitely gonna get 4 bears. Yeah, Blizzard is ass, man. It's not just like the prices and the microtransactions and shit. It's all the shit that they've done. Like all the people that played their games on esports and they got banned for nothing, or saying like free Hong Kong and just all the bullshit they do, you know, like they push all the gay, like woke stuff in the West, and then in China they censor it all, And yeah, they're just like an awful company. I even feel kind of weird saying it. I feel like if I was a big streamer, like say I was a big streamer, say I was like Asmongold or something, and I just started like shitting on Blizzard and saying like, fuck Blizzard, like they're bastards, like they do all this shit. I feel like they would do takedowns of all my videos, and they're just a very like aggressive, like dirty company. But there's no denying that they have like a lot of good games behind them, like Diablo, Warcraft, like StarCraft. I was playing Hearthstone earlier, and to be honest, I was quite surprised. I just started a new account on Hearthstone. I hadn't played it for a long time, and I was like, here we go, man. I'm gonna get my ass chewed off with all these microtransactions and putting money down for like virtual cards. It was actually really good. Like I got a lot of cards for free, and it was doing pretty good. Like I lost one game over 2 hours. Or it was like 2 or 3 hours I was playing it. I lost one game. Like I managed to build like a really good, strong, like powerful deck. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I was really impressed at how like non-scummy it was. Really, Blizzard's owned by BlackRock. I never knew that. But they were like, weren't they owned by like Tencent at one point as well? Maybe I'm getting mixed up. BlackRock owns fucking everything though, right? I'm about to get kicked out of the server. Like BlackRock has their fingers in every single pie around the world because they basically own, like their business is money, right? They own the money. Like when Elon Musk wants to do some $1 billion deal, you can't just go to the bank and take that money out of his bank account, right? It's like there's not actually that much money in the bank most of the time, so they have to do a deal with BlackRock, and it's like, yeah, we need like some liquidity, so can you use all your massive credit networks to move some money around, you know? But they own money. Yeah, BlackRock and the World Economic Forum. They're all in on this shit. And their agenda is basically just to turn everyone into this like mixed slave race with no national identity or roots or culture, and take away all like property and destroy all assets and make everything really expensive so they can just control everyone and everything. Catch you later, Mark. Have a good one. Nice to see you again, man. Yeah, this server's getting shut down. Neosi, I'm like planning. I'm kind of stuck between two worlds right now. I really want to have summons for sure, because I want to have 4 bears. I want to have a lot of ravens. But I'm kind of stuck between doing shapeshifting or doing the wind for elemental. But like I was saying, the best thing is that I don't have to stick. I can just buy respecs really easily on this one, so I can just kind of experiment and see what I like. I did just try Werebear because I got that really nice helm. But probably like my playstyle and what I normally like to do, I'd rather just get some really good spells. So I'm probably just gonna, I'll stick with Werebear whilst I still have this hat until something better comes along. I need level 12 for Twister. What have I got now? Level 10. Yeah, Twister, I'll definitely try that. Might as well just wait until I'm actually level 12. Oh, left shift and left click to identify. Nice, that's handy, man. Oh, look, one more level, I get 6 fucking ravens. Man, I'm so maxing ravens out. Fuck wolves. I'm gonna go... Oh, look, Oak Sage is at the end now. Oak Sage is like at the end of the tree now. What's like Solar Creeper? Oh, +3 mana recovered per level. +3 mana recovered from Carrion Vine. Oh man, that would be sick. Instead of like relying on the Merc for the prayer. Solar Creeper. Yeah, might be good in the long run though. Might be bad at the start. But yeah, they moved Oak Sage now, so Heart of the Wolverines at the start. And then Oak Sage at the end. I'm gonna wait till I'm level 12 and then we'll get Twister and then start getting into some Wind Druid. Fuck wolves, man. They piss me off with their noise. But I'll have to get them to get bears, so we'll use them for a little bit. I got my first item on Monastash. Maybe use this for a boson. Okay, this was shards. Man, I seen this stuff recently about BlackRock, and it was from them, and it was like on LinkedIn, and they were talking about how they're building spaceships like powered by AI, so we can like go out into the fucking solar system and the galaxy, looking for more resources and shit. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm sure that's gonna work out really well. It doesn't sound like cringe science fiction dystopian trope at all, right? But yeah, it was just like, fuck's sake, man. Like, yeah, not only will we fuck the planet up, like, let's fuck the whole universe up, right? All this shit with the UFO files and aliens is like, man, what the fuck are we gonna do with aliens? Like, we're like the worst thing that could ever happen to fucking aliens, man. It's like, we need to sort the Earth out. We need to sort this planet up and sort our species up before we start fucking around with everything else, man. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that, because I think all this like alien disclosure, we're like way behind. Like, they've known about this stuff, they've been contacted by aliens long before, and it's like, man, you hear like you you can tell how much shit they're throwing this, right? Like, oh look, there's these unidentified flying objects. There's these little dots traveling, breaking the realms of physics, and we don't know what they are, and we'll just release them to the public. Man, you know for a fact that the U.S. military, the government, if they thought that stuff was out there, they would be researching the fuck out of it. Like every possible angle, they'd be dumping fucking trillions into it, man. They'd be dumping fucking trillions into that shit. No way would they just, the top scientists, the top researchers in the world, just be settling for, oh, there's some anomalous white flying fucking dots breaking the laws of physics, and maybe it's a Russian drone or something. It's like, no. They're obviously on that shit. Like, that would be up at the top of the list, like top of the list, and they feed us such a bunch of crap. Like, I think that aliens probably contacted us around like the Roswell crash. They probably were here before then, but I think after World War II, and they saw that we had nukes and stuff, they probably gave us a little nudge, but it depends how far back you go. It depends if we're talking like past century, or if you know, you're into like the whole ancient alien hypothesis where we could have been visited thousands, maybe millions of years ago, had our DNA altered. Like, I think there's a lot of credibility to those types of theories. I definitely do not believe like this trillion-dollar industrial military complex would be seeing objects that they think break the laws of physics and then just like release them casually on some like shitty UFO disclosure on CNN or some shit. You know, it just like doesn't make any sense. They're obviously way ahead of the game. Yeah, you're not wrong. And I've seen a lot of UFOs. Like, I've seen a lot of them. I've had a lot of like run-ins with like interdimensional entities, and I had like an abduction. I had like an abduction once, where I got like picked up by the Greys. But I started wondering if maybe they just done something to my head, you know, and I hadn't actually been abducted, but they had just like implanted like some memory or like some vision in my head. I had a lot of really intense shit going on with aliens. And there's some stuff, right? There's a lot of stuff about like alien encounters and people who've been abducted by aliens, where they have like visitations, and it's very common that the experiences align very directly with people who experience like paranormal activity, like people who claim that they've been visited by demons or ghosts, and all that sort of shit. Like, alien experiences like align with it very much. And a lot of them have, a lot of people report, like, if you invoke, like, Jesus Christ and stuff, that they, like, go away. Yeah, it wasn't, like, for me, I know it wasn't a dream. But it could have been something else. Because I think, like, I'll tell you about it, right? It's like pretty mad, but I'll tell you, like, anyway. In fact, it's quite like a lot to go into, actually, but I don't know. I believe that these alien beings, I believe that there's different types of aliens, right? Like, I believe that there's aliens that inhabit physical bodies on different planets and spaceships and stuff. But I believe that there's like alien beings that are like interdimensional. And I believe that like human beings are also interdimensional, just like most of us are kind of like unaware of it. How we have souls and we have spirits that go beyond this life and the next. I think it's the same for aliens, and I think a lot of aliens have like figured out how to travel through things like astral projection and communicating with people like very, very long distances away, you know, like light years away, for different means than technological, like doing things like spiritually, being able to like bridge the void. And I think that one of the ways that they can do that is if you're in a dream state, or not quite like in a dream state, right? But I don't know if you've ever had sleep paralysis or something like that, where you like wake up, but you're still asleep, and your mind's kind of like stuck between waking and dreaming. And I think like when you're in that state, you kind of like bridging the gap between like the physical world and the sleeping world. And I think when you're in that like key state of consciousness, like it's very, it's a lot easier basically for like aliens or different beings to like make contact with you and share like visions with you and like share like experiences with you that can sort of like transcend space and time as we perceive them. Because a lot of people, even like top scientists and like speculators, like people like Stanislaw Lem, or like the whole people who dispute the anthropocentric view of like all the aliens would be humanoids, and they only go like surface level when they think like, oh, they wouldn't think the same way as us, or maybe they have different cultures, or they could be different styles of organisms, biologists, but they don't really consider that maybe they're on like a completely higher wavelength of consciousness than ours, and their abilities to perceive and transmit data, or maybe have like telepathy and shit like that is like way more enhanced or like way more probable. But I think that, you know, I don't know if it's possible to travel faster than the speed of light, right? Like, I really do not know if it's possible to travel that faster than the speed of light. But when you get into the whole mechanics of it, if you're traveling faster than the speed of light, then like time slows down. So if I was to travel on a ship like faster than the speed of light, then I would age at like a fraction of the speed of everyone back home. So like by the time I actually got to like fucking Alpha Centauri or whatever the fuck, everyone I know would be dead. So there's like no feasible way to like have a logistically secure way of communicating and sending information like back and forth, right? So even if you could travel faster than the speed of light, to be able to go back and forth between planets and exchange information and build up that data is kind of like impossible. So I do feel like probably the only way that you really can like travel beyond fucking galaxies or like light years away is to somehow manage to like send your spirit or your soul or like astral body or whatever like to a higher place that you could actually pull that off. Otherwise I just don't really think it's possible. Yeah, like the astral realm. Elon Musk playing Diablo 4. That's sad, man. He's supposed to be smart. He's supposed to be fucking smart, you know. And he's playing Diablo 4. Elon Musk is a fucking asshole. He's like, so many people are just cucked. Like, if I say, oh, the right wing do this, the right wing do that, you'll have this like whole group of people that be like, ah, you're a fucking leftist, you're a fucking leftist. And it's like, no, you're brainwashed. Like, the left and the right's both controlled, like, against us. It's like both manufactured against us. But Elon Musk, he gets away with like so much shit, even though he's like prime BlackRock, like World Economic Forum agenda. It's just like controlled opposition. Like all this shit with Neuralink. Like, oh, let's all install chips into our fucking brains and like alter our reality and sell it off. It's like, no, man. That's obviously not what we want to do. It's obviously part of that dystopian agenda. It's like once they've denationalized us, once they've taken away our culture, once they've taken away all our values, once they basically turned us into just like a fucking slave race of batteries, and they control all the assets, and they control all the money, and they control all the economy, and they've stopped us from being able to have any chance of like having a revolution or like rising against them or having any free will. They'll go the next step further and they'll say, oh, brain chips, start getting brain chips in their fucking head, and we'll literally turn them into shit as well with like the Tesla bots. To be honest, I don't think they'll succeed. I think they're building the Tower of Babel and it's not gonna work, to be honest. I don't have much like hope in the future, but I just know that this shit that they're planning is not gonna fucking work, like. Because it's smart and diabolical, but in many ways it's also just like fucking retarded. His parents are Satanists. I wouldn't be surprised. I've never heard that one myself. I don't know what that's based on, but I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, they could, this is what I'm saying though, right? Like, if they, like, who do you think these people are communicating with? When they're doing their satanic fucking eyes wide shut rituals and shit. Do you think they're communicating with, just aliens? No, they're communicating with interdimensional entities that, live in a completely different like realm, like dimension to us, right? Like they're communicating with spirits. It's not just aliens on another planet. It's literally like beings on a completely different level to our own, that are somehow able to travel, like just how God and angels can travel like through space and time and dimensions. Like these beings also have that power. But you ever read like the Book of Enoch? Like the Watchers and the fallen angels that came down from heaven, and they taught humans technology and how to make weapons and war and witchcraft and about like jewelry. And he came down to like rape the women, you know, and give birth to the Nephilim, like the giants and shit. Like that's the kind of shit that's going on right now. Like maybe these aliens, or these interdimensional entities, maybe they're doing stuff like influencing science, influencing the neural net, the neural chips. Maybe they're influencing like the Hadron Collider, like CERN and stuff. Like maybe it never stopped. from the days of Enoch. And maybe after God like flooded the world, he just never gave up, and they're still at war with humanity, you know. Elon Musk is like one of these guys as well where he didn't actually do shit. Like, you really think like Elon Musk himself, he takes credit for everything. It's like in the 48 laws of power, right? Take credit for everyone else's work. Like, act like you did something, take credit for it. He owns the company. He didn't design the fucking self-landing rocket ships. He didn't design Tesla cars. He didn't design and build and engineer the Tesla bots. It just like hires other people to do it and then takes all the credit for it, right? Like, he's not actually like this big genius. I mean, he's a smart guy, no doubt about it. You don't become that wealthy without having a fair degree of intelligence, but they're not infallible, you know. The difficulty's shaping up a little bit. Yeah, his dad was like an emerald miner, right? In like South Africa. Nice, you got 6 ravens, boys. 6 ravens. Like, what are we gonna call the 6th one? We got Jimmy, Timmy, Steve, Oswald, and Attack. We'll call the next one Defend. Like, we're progressing them up. We're having like little Jimmy, little Timmy. It's like now we're leveling them up. It's like Attack, Defend. I command you. Tell you what though, guys, like God is gonna kill them all. He's gonna crush them all. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm worried about the future. I'm worried about the physical world and like the earth and everything like that. But at the end of the day, like, good shall triumph evil. Sometimes I'm also thinking of maybe like the earth is genuinely like a prison. And you know, you get all these people, obviously like they're not wrong. And saying like, oh, we need to preserve our race and our culture and our national identity and everything else, right? Like, yeah, I get it. But maybe some of us are actually just meant to transcend the physical world, and the physical world is just meant to die. And maybe it's just made everyone who didn't wake up in time and everyone who didn't like fall into God's plan and God's like salvation is just going to get left behind in hell, and we're going to become like a fucking slave puppet, like cybernetic, like lack of free will puppet on the earth, and the whole world's just going to be governed in this like dystopian system, and maybe like Satan is just will have like full control over the world, and it's just we'll die, and we'll like transcend to a new life, you know. Maybe that's just part of the plan. I got no idea what that is, Nanoya. Haven't done any trading at all in Diablo 2. Like nothing in the OG, nothing in PD2. I need more health potions. But fuck all that shit of buying items for real money. Like it's a fucking game. All these people that buy items and shit for real money is the same people that support all the microtransaction bullshit that's ruining games. It's like even without the microtransactions being in the game, some people will still want to do that. Living is suffering. You're not wrong, buddy. But that's what the Buddha taught, right? That's what Buddha taught us as well. I got my first rune there as well, nice. Like as long as we live, as long as we're in physical bodies, like we're gonna suffer and it's gonna hurt and we're all gonna go through pain and we're all gonna suffer. And that's kind of like what I'm saying, is that maybe we're just hitting this epoch where the physical lower realm, like the base level of consciousness, it just becomes so absorbed and developed and grown and ignorant that like wheel of samsara reaches this like tipping point, and maybe we're at that time, you know, where the harvesting of souls is about to begin, and some of us will die and be able to like pass on to a better place, but most people are just gonna stay like stuck right here, like unconscious, like suffering beings. And maybe that's just how it's gonna be. You can't go halfway. You can't go halfway with your fucking faith, right? It's in the Bible. Like the Buddha teaches this shit. So it's not like it's not like a fucking conspiracy theory. It's like part of the spiritual truths, the spiritual knowledge. Like, the apocalypse is coming. Like one day the world is gonna fucking burn, you know. And one day there's gonna be like a great retribution. And whether you perceive that as God is consciously going to do this, or just the overarching supernatural forces and cosmic law and order, it's just going to create these conditions where it turns into the same consequences. It's like the same thing at the end of the day, right? These little notifications. What's the Diablo clone? And you ever noticed, right? Have you ever fucking noticed how this conversation right? Like this topic is like a no-go zone. Like the amount of people that you could find that would be willing to have that conversation, willing to have that discussion, is so fucking small. So fucking small. Even in like religious people, right? And it's completely taboo. It's not like people don't think this stuff, right? But you're not gonna find it online. If it is online, it's not good. You know, it's gonna be completely censored by YouTube, no-go zone, by the algorithm. Like back before the algorithm took over, this shit was actually pretty prevalent. Like this line of thought, like these discussions. Now, you can hardly breach the surface. You can't even find those like big BlackRock conspiracies. It's all surface level. It's all like material shit. It's all like first phase, first stage. You never find like the actual deeper things behind everything. You never have these metaphysical discussions. Because it's just covered up. And it's not only covered up, but people are kind of so stuck into the wheel that to them it's like warning signs in their head go off, like warning bells, alarm bells saying, oh, you better step away from that, like you better not talk about that, like you better not talk about that, oh, that makes me uncomfortable. I don't want to think about like the wider perspective and metaphysical nature of existence and how far a spirit or how far like consciousness might be able to go, whether it's our own or whether it's alien beings or anything like that. It's like a no-go fucking area. And they've got us by the fucking balls more than ever, honestly. Like, they've got us so much by the fucking balls. Yeah, people don't care until it's too late. And the amount of shit where it's like, that's just a conspiracy theory, that's just a conspiracy theory. And then it happens. Or it gets proved to be real, and they never like wake up to, you know. But they seriously got us all by the fucking balls, man. Because of the fucking money. And money is such an evil, man. It's such a fucking evil, but there's nothing you can do without it. Like, without money, you are fucked now. You're fucked if you don't have money. So they really fucking got us. I would love to do so many things with my life. I wanted so much, man, to be a musician. I wanted that like so much. I wanted to write books. And wanted to make art and films and meditate and be like really fucking spiritual, but at the end of the day, if I don't make a decent amount of money, I'm fucked. So you've got to play the fucking game. Oh man, that's like melee attack, steel splash damage, 100% enhanced damage, 11 vitality. Nice. Plus 3 lycanthropy. Nice. you can still get. Yeah. I feel like they can have this stuff in the world, but I know what you mean as well. I feel like because they do it both ways, right? Because they ban weed and LSD and like DMT and like magic mushrooms and shit, whilst they like promote all this big pharma, like antidepressants and antipsychotics and shit, which just like fucks your head up and makes them a shit ton of money. So they play like both sides. And video games are art. So I definitely got like no problem with them, and they're like a good, like nice way to pass the time. Like there's a lot of good in video games, but then it's kinda like what they've been doing with all the arts. Because they know that the arts, there's like a lot of good in the arts, whether it's literature, whether it's visual arts, whether it's film, whether it's gaming, like TV shows. Like they actually have like a lot of power to wake people up in their own way and get across good messages and bring hope and joy or self-reflection and express like a lot of deep principles. But like what they know that right, which movies, or we don't want some like really mind opening, like uniting experience, gaming, or we don't want no Dostoevskis, right? Like we don't want any Tolstoys. We gotta control the arts, and we've got to control media, and we've got to control what people consume, and so it's all part of the plan. Because if people had more control over the arts, like it wouldn't be nearly as bad. But they make games bad on purpose. They make film bad on purpose. They make books bad on purpose. Or I wouldn't necessarily just outright call them all bad, but they make them basically meaningless in a wider scale of things. So it's like not waking anyone up. It's not causing a revolution or anything, you know. It's just sort of like filler content. Yeah, sports is a big one, right? Like bread and circuit, I have lots of things in my life that are kind of on a similar wavelength, but it's just the excessiveness that people take it, you know, for it to be like the billion-dollar industry it is, and just kind of feeds into that like general like normie like brainlessness of, oh, we kicked the ball. Like, hope they fucking do. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I hate shorts. I fucking hate short content. I hate TikTok. I think it's so much like brain rot, and it's like so fucking bad for you. So it's like, oh, why do I post shorts sometimes on my channel then? It's like just because it's the only way they even kind of like street and beg. Hope. Reason I'm playing. It might come back, like it might just chop out for a little bit. Yeah, it's like it shouldn't be constant, but yeah, it's unfortunate. But yeah, it's just being like the storms here are crazy, man. They normally don't last for too long. It's normally like 15 minutes and it just pours like fucking the lightning and the thunder and the wind goes like crazy. But then it just dies off, which I'm normally pretty unhappy about because I love just sitting with the windows open and like listening to the rain and the thunder. So normally it's like it comes on and then it stops and I'm like, ah man, I wanted to listen to that all night. In Scotland. Yeah, man, Scotland's like the most haunted country in the world. Whole thing's a graveyard, man. And we had lots of witches. We had like the Scottish witch trials. We had King James VI. He was like really big into demonology and the study of like demons and the occult. There's lots of places that have been shut down, even by the government, and official sources have been like confirmed haunted. People getting attacked by ghosts. There's a shit ton of Freemasons. There's a shit ton of satanic cults. There's a shit ton of pedophile rings. There's like Scotland is a very powerful place for all that magic energy. I don't know if, oh man, I gotta find this fucking, I gotta find this fucking dark wood. Let me see what I actually found. Yeah, I've gone way fucking past it. I do this all the time when I'm playing this game, man. Something about Diablo 2. It's like you always end up having the maddest chats on Diablo 2 and then I'm like, wait a minute, like what the fuck am I even doing? Yeah, Nanoya, like, my stream might be taking a hit sometimes because I'm playing online and it might just have that little extra effect on my connection, you know, but like I'm doing it for you, but like if you weren't always telling me to like play Diablo, Project Diablo 2, I would just be like, fuck it, I'm just playing single player. Fuck the online. Like I don't know if you've seen. Yeah, I gotta go back and sell this shit, man. I gotta clear my fucking inventory. Always getting sucked into mad chats on Diablo 2 nights. But yeah, I don't know if you've seen about this necromancer. There's like this famous castle, and there's like legends about it that it was like built by this necromancer, and he like summoned like fucking goblins and shit from hell to like make this big castle for him, and he used to live like close to it, and I visited it. And it actually is like really weird castle, like how it's built. It's built in the middle of the forest, like with all these like really big hills, and there's no roads. And then you just kind of come, and there's like this fucking huge castle. And it just like when you actually think like, how the fuck did they build this, right? Like hauling all this stone. There's no stone reserves nearby. Like apparently the stone is all from like miscellaneous places, like around the fucking country. Really big structure. It just kind of stands out as like, how the fuck did they build this thing? And then the legend is that the guy who built it was like a necromancer. He was like a warlock, and he like summoned all these spirits and little creatures to like help him build it. And went there once, fucking long time ago, and there was people doing a satanic ritual there. It was kind of creepy, like, not gonna lie. We went in the day, and we were like walking around it, but there's this really weird part down the bottom of the castle, and the legend has it's like this is where all the demons or the little like goblin creatures, like the spirits, like came out of. And there's like this stairway that goes like further and further down into the ground. But and it comes out in the little chambers as you're going through. That's like under the ground, so you're in like pitch blackness, and it gets colder and colder and colder. And eventually, you get down to this really narrow staircase, and it's just completely blocked off. Like it's just finished. Like the staircase just goes down into a brick wall, and there's nothing left. And yeah, I went down there, and I got like some really fucking weird vibes down there. Like, you know, sometimes you just have that like sixth sense, and you just feel like the skin crawl up your back, and just something really like weird and not right. I had that like constantly, and felt like I was being watched, and just feeling like really strange presences, you know. And then I got like a flashlight out, like a torch, and got into like one of these chambers, and there was like inverted like pentagrams like all over the walls, and like black candles, and like black petals, just like fucking crazy shit like all over the floors. Like some stuff looked like blood, and you could just tell like there was a satanic ritual going on. Like there's all these weird symbols and graffitis like layered all over the fucking walls. And yeah, it was weird. You could tell like obviously Satanists knew about the place, and they knew about like the legends of the place, and they just decided that it was like a hot spot to try and do some like channeling or like paranormal like communication sort of shit. Yeah, I think to a degree you're right, Nanoya. But like for me personally, I don't get scared of films. I haven't been scared of a film or like a TV show for like a really, really fucking long time. I maybe get adrenaline and little jump scares from games now and then, but yeah. But they do, like, you're right, like the spirits do like feed on your fears and shit. I actually had something like this happen to me like very recently, like over the past week. And I get like sleep paralysis. It used to be really, really common in my life, and I was getting it like all the time. And then it just kind of died off, and I wasn't really getting it as much. But recently, it started coming back, and I've been getting it like maybe like a couple times a week. And yeah, recently had this, like I'd be waking up in my sleep and my body's like completely paralyzed, and like I can't move, and I can just feel this like black presence, just this like really demonic like dark force like over my face, like over my bed, like watching me, and it's just like absorbing like my fear and like my sense of panic. But like I just started, even though I can't move, I'll like close my eyes and I'll just like invoke Christ and just like put myself in like a state of calm, and then I regain control of my body. But then I can still feel like the presence like in my house, and I can feel like where it is. Like when I first wake up, it's like right at the door to my bedroom, like still there, like still watching me. And then I get out of my bed and I'll start saying like, ah, yeah, like the power of Christ, like command you to get out of this house. And I can hear it, like you can't hear it, you can like sense it, like moving around. And sometimes it's there and it's like lingering, and it's like a fucking ghost or something, you know. It'll be lingering for like 15, like 20 minutes, just like loitering around, just like trying to. You can tell it's like trying to feel me out. You know, like it's trying to like sense my energy. It's trying to like absorb my energy somehow. But there's nothing to be afraid of with beings like that. You can go into a sense of shock, and you can go into like a little sense of panic, obviously, like when it first comes at you and you first sense it. But like ultimately, like they can't do shit. I've like encountered like so many ghosts in my life, and those like odd types of presences and all types of sensations and paranormal experiences. They really are quite like powerless. I think all their power basically just comes in from like psyching you out and sort of like trying to scare you and getting off on that fear. But like apart from that, like they can't really do much. Especially if you have like strong faith in Christ. Like, so there's nothing really to be afraid of, Nanoya. Just don't be afraid. You know? And then they've got nothing to absorb. See, I just heard like something in the other room like get moved around. It could be that spirit again, man. It could be that presence again. check. We're all good. It's fucking raining cats and fucking dogs outside. It's like thunder and lightning, like fucking mad storm, man. Could just be something getting knocked around on like the roof. And yeah, you're right in the know you like you gotta protect like your mental space. Like I don't really watch horror films, honestly. So some of them, it's not like something to avoid, but like most of them are just kind of trash. But you have to protect like your psychic field and like information. And you should only you should only pray to God when you fucking need to pray to God. Like when you absolutely need to pray to God. Obviously like doing your prayers. But you know if you're in a bad situation and you really need to fucking pray to God, don't abuse that. Because if you do it like 2-3 times on the same situation that you put yourself in, it's just going to be like, fuck you. But yeah, Jesus is always there. It'll work on the low level. It'll work on the lower level, like mid-level beings, to invoke Christ's name. And sometimes just the invocation of Christ and that grounding in the truth and the word and the spirit. Yeah, exactly. He taught that God is within. But sometimes it's just like if you have the demons attack you or ghosts or you're in like a really bad situation, invoking his name and grounding yourself in that, it brings that out in you, and it helps your mind like alter reality around you. I don't want it to sound like too woo woo, but because like your reality is your thoughts, reality is your mind, your emotions, you can sort of cause things to happen around you. Being grounded in that can like stabilize things around you. And sometimes people will confuse that with like poltergeists. They think they've gotten rid of poltergeists because they've invoked Christ. Or it's like what Nanoya's saying, if they feed off your energy, if you're in that really like strong, like stable state, there's nothing there for them to feed on or live on. So they just like fade away. But there's some demons and NAs, and they'll get like they're like so strong that they're like wolves in sheep's clothing. And they can basically pretend even to be Christ, or they can like run churches, or you know be perceived as good beings, and they're not like frightened by the name. You know, they're like tricksters and like fucking crooks. So it's not like a full on like get out of jail free card for every situation you come in, but yeah, like fucking. Probably like 90% of the time it's gonna work unless you're in like some really fucking deep shit. Oh, nice. There's a boat Amazon summon ravens. Yeah, that would be my sort of thing. I was like very, very close to picking a Amazon instead of the druid. So if I do ever get, well, yeah, when I do go for Amazon, I'll definitely be wanting that bow so I can get ravens. I also heard that somehow the druid can get Valkyrie, which would be sick because Valkyrie is like the best summon. And I'm always like there's some people that come for Diablo 2 and there's some people that come for the mad chats, and I feel like the start of the stream is like good for the Diablo 2 people, and then the later part of it is good for the mad chats, because I just end up wandering around fucking everywhere, like not even realizing like I leveled up and like hardly even playing the game, just get so fucking sidetracked. Nice dog, finally got that fucking tree. And I got a rare armor. Faster hit recovery. Is there a way to like compare items in PD2 so you can like see both of them at the same time? Attacker takes 1 damage, 2 mana after each kill. Let's just go more defense. No, can't use it. Strength. Yeah, well, like Elon Musk is such a fucking pleb for playing D4. Man, I could get dual wielding assassin and have +2 to dragon talent this. Press 8. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That is a really nice overview. I'll put some into strength. We can put this on. Another one at a twister. Save of this tab for me now is going to be like sort of shitty base level gear where I can just go for new characters, and it's like, if they need a helmet, they need a shield, or they need a dagger or something, there's plenty of shit in there that's like low level for them. I've just been leaving the Merc for now. This is only 270. Alright, let's see. Press O. Oh yeah, that's just the same. I think sort of the curse or like place of humanity though is we're not all divine, right? Like we're spirit and we're flesh. So there is like a divine spark. To be honest, like the divine spark is pretty weak in most people, and the like devilish part takes control. But there's a little devil and there's a little angel in all of us, you know. Human beings are in a sort of special circumstance where we're like light and darkness. We're kind of like right in between, like the good, ultimate good and the ultimate evil. Man, why is it not putting the camera starts? Even Christ was tested by the devil. Like when he went out into the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights. The devil came to him and he tried to tempt him. And he was like, oh, if you, I'll like give you the world, I'll make you like the king, and I'll give you all these like material riches and give you everything that you ever wanted, basically, if you just like pledge your allegiance to me. So even for the most powerful beings, like Satan is trying to bring them down. Hey, you gotta be fucking strong. Yeah, it's always good to try and be positive. It's good that you meditate as well, it's very good. But it's good that you allow yourself pleasures in your life as well, you know. Like it can drive you mad going too far on the other side. You know, when you just sort of deny yourself like all pleasure and you become like way more depressed, and even something like playing a video game or watching a film. So like there's joy in life as well. Oh, what's this world stone shard? It's like a red item. Cube with a map or an item to corrupt it unpredictably. Nice. I'll need to wait till I get my Harajuku cube and try something with that, like. Yeah, you definitely should be very, very wise with what you give your energy to. 100%. But I used to be like super abstinent from like fucking everything, you know. And I know other people that have done the same thing, and it's better than being satanic, like 100%. And there's gotta be someone there in the world to like hold everything together, right? Like there's gotta be people like that, but you gotta be careful, because it can be a trap as well. When your whole life is just filled with self-denial and withdrawal you kind of also take your capacity to do good and to make positive change in the world around you. Like, you know, this is another way that Buddhism and like Christianity aligns a fair bit, right? Because Christ talks about how like you need to withdraw from the world, and so does Buddha, right? Like to be free from suffering and be free from reincarnation and the change of life and the change of the world. You must withdraw, like you must abstain. But at the same time, right, like Christ, he like drank wine. He like came down to the earth and he like sacrificed himself, and he taught like love and happiness and joy, and he made that sacrifice. Like if he wasn't prepared to come down to the world and make that sacrifice and make that change, we would all be fucked. And it's the same with Buddha. Like there's the Buddha and then there's the Bodhisattvas, right? And the Bodhisattvas are like ones that manage to transcend suffering, and they manage to like progress to the next level of existence or transcendence. And then in that, they still chose to be reincarnated and come back in a body or whatever, to come back down to the earth to try and help people and to try and like awaken people. So you gotta have the middle way. Like you gotta balance the scales, and it's it's a narrow path. It's a fucking narrow path, boys. It's very, very fucking difficult. And also there's just, they have to be like, you gotta try and walk the path, right? But you also gotta be confident and faithful in the cosmic law and God's plan. Like nobody's outside the God's plan, nobody's outside the God's will, so we can try and we can do our best in whichever way we go, but ultimately it's always like mashallah, right? Like God has willed what has happened, and that's just something that you can't change. Yo, Corey, man, nice to hear from you. Why are you unsubscribing? This is too deep. But no worries, man. Like, if you unsubscribe, like, it's been great knowing you, dude. I've always enjoyed your company. Wish you all the best. You're a good man. And yeah, it's nice knowing you, bud. Maybe I'll see you again sometime.
Order welcomes you.
Murdul Arena. I wonder if that's like a PvP thing. Alright, we freed Deckard Cain. Pretty much just got Andariel and Heredric Malice today, so making pretty good progress. I haven't really been on that long. It's been like 3 hours. We could definitely push through end of Act 1 tonight. Where are you going, Corey? Where are you going? You're just coming in all of a sudden, like, you've been here since the start, bro. And now you're just popping in like, yo, I'm unsubscribing. Like, where are you going? Are you going on a spiritual journey, man? honestly do not give a shit about the subscribe. That's not what I'm about, you know, but hope you're good, man. The real deal arena. Make it hard. It's not gonna be for everyone. I probably know what you mean. Like, I know everyone's not gonna like my stream because I'll just get into some really weird and like deep fucking tangents and have very like strong opinions, but you know, you gotta be real, right? You gotta stick to who you are and what you believe. And if you start like saying I'm not gonna talk about this or I'm not gonna talk about that in public because what other people might think or judge me or like for my own gain, or I would get more subscribers if I did this or I didn't talk about that, and I don't know, you're like not a man, you know? So, I understand though. It's not gonna be for everyone. But yeah, man, I'll look you up. I'll see you in Kentucky. I'll see you in Kentucky, boy. I'll look up your address. I'll show up at your house one day. Unsub heathen. Corey, if you're not ready to join my cult, you can fuck off. I'm gonna preach. I am a voice crying alone in the wilderness. Make straight the way of the Lord. Nice gear, but it's shit gear at the same time. I get some sales. Yeah, we're just like running right to the fucking end. We're just running to Moe Highlands, straight to the monastery. I get Act 1 done. Yo, in home man. How you doing, brother? It's nice to hear from you, man. Oh man, I'm just walking backwards. No, it's for Black Marsh, right? This is Black Marsh, yeah. Man, if I cared, would I even be talking about that stuff? I mean, I'd probably like go to get monetized, or if I ever got popular, there would probably be all sorts of like takedowns and weird shit anyway. So, you know, I feel like really cared about all that stuff and having as many subscribers and like just fully like playing the game, I wouldn't even be doing the same. I wouldn't even be myself. I would just be doing the same thing that every other streamer does, and like playing it completely safe. And oh, I don't want to offend anyone, or oh, let's all just like not talk about spirituality or like the state of the world, and I don't know, philosophy and like what I think is important just for my own game. That's like Satan winning, man. But like I completely understand that you know, some people, they just don't want to hear that. They just don't want to listen to that. They want to just watch some Diablo 2, right? They just want to watch some Diablo 2 and fucking chill. But there's plenty of people playing Diablo 2, you know, so. If that's what you want to do, there's nothing stopping you, right? You can watch like Sweet Phil or something. But it's actually really fucking good to connect with so many of you guys. Because there's been a lot of cool dudes popping in on the streams. And if I was forming a community, or there's people that like pop into the chat and, you know, in the Discord and everything like that, I don't want like a really normie, like play it safe, like if you have the opportunity to actually make a community or form like a little vibe, a little group, like yeah, like keep it fucking real, right? Like don't have all this like YouTuber shit. Alright. Like fuck that. Yeah, exactly. Know thyself, and thou shalt know the gods and the universe. Yeah, well, I feel like in some aspects that's what I have going for me, right? I don't have a good mic. I don't have like the best setup, but I'm fucking real, right? Like, I'm living life on the fucking edge. No, of course not. I mean, it's weird if two people agree on everything, right? But everyone has their own experiences, everyone has their own life. We're all at our own stages. And just because maybe, you know, I can sound harsh at times if I'm saying like, oh, these people, like some people just don't want to wake up or they're asleep or blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, like I've still got faith in the plan. I still got faith in like everyone's purpose and like the grand scheme of like cause and effect. So like maybe some people just aren't ready, or they're just like that's not part of their mindset, their little chain of events. Maybe they got some other shit to do. Maybe they got some other people to influence or have a part in each other's life in their own way. That's going to kick off this other whole fruit off the tree or whatever. Like, that's all good. I'm kind of split. Like I have this pretty good helm that gives me like +3 werebear and +3 werewolf, which is decent for now because I'm not even that high level anyway, and there's been like no other good helms. To be honest, I've hardly even been using it anyway. I have a little bit of shapeshifting, but mostly just again going like pure summons and going for like wind this time instead of fire. But Project Diablo 2 has like reworked a lot of the skills, and you can have like lots of bears and way more ravens. I've already got 6 ravens, so I'm gonna like skip wolves and just get max bears, max ravens, and go like all wind and see how it goes. Because like good thing is I can actually respec. I can just buy a respec for like $500,000 or something like that, so have a lot more like room to experiment, but it's definitely buffed up a lot. Even just from the start of the game you can tell how much everything's buffed up, and even Arctic Blast is fucking decent. Like, look at Arctic Blast. It's actually decent. Look at Arctic Blast, man. They buffed it. They buffed it. It's a fucking awesome skill now. Still in normal, so I'm getting away with going on my conversational detours and still not managing to die. Cause in hell it's like you gotta fucking lock in, and I have a feeling that hell's gonna be even harder on PD2. And yeah, like, I just noticed as well, when I stream Diablo 2, shit's actually popping off. When I like stream other games, it's normally like way more dead. So I thought it's been long enough, right? It's been long enough of no Diablo 2. So I should get Project Diablo 2 and like bring it back, because I was also like missing the game a lot. It's been maybe like a month since I played any. And even though there's still like a lot to do on the OG, it's like I just kind of felt like, what's the point in clocking in so much time of it? I feel like it's not that I don't like the game, it's just that I feel it's dry and it's not worth the time just to run through it with like every class and try and get like Enigma like 5 fucking times, and the amount of shit that you spend just grinding the exact same area and doing the same runs and no variability. It's a bit dated, so I was like, fuck it, let's just go Project Diablo 2 and see if we can actually get like a decent modern game out of it. Instead of just running Lord Karast and doing fucking bail runs like 10 hours a day till you get that one drop. It's like freshen it up a little bit. Because that would literally be the stream. That would literally be the stream if I was still doing OG Diablo 2. It's like, oh, let's just grind. And let's just do Lord Karast runs all fucking night for a jar room. I'm enjoying it though. I think it's much better so far. It feels way more balanced, like way more balanced. It feels faster as well. Even though I've been kind of sidetracked talking, if I was really zoned in, even still doing my usual like old man shit of just I'm gonna clear every dungeon and kill all the enemies and explore the maps, I still would have got this done like really fast. Even as it is, we're like 3 hours 20 minutes. I just gotta get to the monastery and finish that off. So it feels a lot faster. You're not like slugging along and doing combat. It's just a lot more sped up because of the splash damage. Like, because the decks, you're not missing hits as often. Like, everything's kind of buffed up. It just generally feels like a lot smoother to play. Feels a lot more like Path of Exile. Yeah, I was thinking that because I've heard about this. I've heard about like corrupted items, and I do have one of those world stone things. And I know it can do like crazy shit, so I definitely won't be using it on an item I'm really comfortable with. I'll probably just pick something random that's like decent, that's like good, but I'm not even really using, and maybe have the chance to get something good out of it, rather than just putting like my best item in it and like hoping for the best, and then it just completely changes it. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how that shit works out. I'm assuming you'll get way more of those shards. I've only had one. I've had one rune and one shard. I got no idea about the rune words either, like if they changed the rune words. I assume some of them have changed. I was kinda just wanted to do the same build and see how it scales, but I definitely didn't want to do fire again because of the fucking fire minis. It's just like, fuck that. Twister's better than Molten Boulder as well. It's got way better AoE. And that fucking inventory, man, is so nice. Like, look at all these charms I've got, man. And the stash. The stash is fucking peak. There's way less stress, commitment. I'm not fucking shitting myself like, oh, I've only got one respec left. Or, oh, I'm gonna have to replay the entire game if I want to try a different build. Oh, nice, yeah, rare belt. Can we get some slots? Nice. Oh, so can't fucking use it. 25 strength. The drops haven't been so good, but it's still like still the start of the game. Man, did you see that splash damage on Werebear? Like, I just went into a big group and like one-shotted like fucking 10 of them. Till new game. It's fucking annoying, this server shit. Like, why did they reset the server so often? I'm just gonna get like logged out anyway, right? Oh, here's the malice. That's nice that they have a little icon for the malice. Charcy will be thankful for this electric menace. Like a little icon for the malice. It's a nice little touch. Oh man, that werebear is decent. Like splash damage is fucking peak, man. Oh man, he is crushing it. You mean like the inventory grid? Yeah, it's really annoying that they shut the servers down so fast. So now. No, my player limit's 1. Like, we'll try this one. 1 hour 33. I'm gonna go for a piss. Evil flows from here. I'm gonna go for a piss. And I'm gonna get some ice cream. Then we're gonna fucking run through Monastery. We're gonna slay Dario. Need to sort this loot out as well. We'll get a big cleanup of my inventory. And then we'll push on. You get more than 4, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, no, you're right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, that the bottom is for my charms. That's the way I've mostly seen people arrange it. I originally thought that it was locked that way, so you could only put charms on the bottom grid, but you can just mix and match it how you like, which is pretty good. But yeah, way bigger space, and it actually gives some decent purpose to charms, because having, you know, you have maybe a few charms on the OG, but then you're just kind of wasting space for your inventory. Like, you're not going to be able to pick stuff up, so it's either like have charms, don't pick anything up, or the other way around. Whilst this way, it's like you can actually have a lot of charm meta, since you can stack like so many of them. You do want to be like picking up all the charms you see and hoping that you can get a good like little synergy going. Yeah, that werebear form is fucking awesome, man. I might actually end up dumping more into that, but then my elemental skills aren't as useful, so it's kind of like one of those options again. I guess we're only in normal now though, so I could easily just play a little bit of a hybrid. And then when it comes to specialize, you can just sort of like double down. Charms in the top space don't do anything? Oh, right. So that's what it is. So it's not like they're locked, but they actually won't do anything above that. Right, I see. That's good to know. And yeah, that like overview as well is really nice. Like that really gives you a really nice complete breakdown of your stats. It's not too crazy either. It's not like Path of Exile, it's not like Torchlight 2. You know, you get a lot more variety, but it's not like fucking crazy. That's what I really like about it. Yeah, Charcy. I'm Charcy, the blacksmith. Charcy will really like this Herodric Malus.
Oh, thanks so much for returning the Herodric Mallet.
Oh, thanks so much for returning the Herodric Malus. It's such a fucking yank, man. You know though, right? Like if this was 2026, people would be like, what the fuck, woke Blizzard? Fucking like little girl blacksmith. She's hot though. Like look at that ass. Look at that nice ass.
Yes?
She's gonna get bared up. Right. I'm going for a piss. I get some ice cream. Be back in a sec. I'll leave you with my DVD. A DVD screensaver. Alright, be back in a sec. Oh, the DVD's not working. Oh, there we go. Time to marry to Charcy? I don't know. She's quite hot. Nice redhead. I don't know if she's wife material though. You could do a lot worse. You could do a lot worse. Alright, time to clean this shit up. +2 werewolf, +3 RX blast. That would actually be not bad. That's got lycanthropy though, it's a little bit better for the werebear. Got my Georgian ice cream here. Bar M, they're so fucking good, man. But yeah, it's been cooler here, man. It's been so fucking hot. And on cool days, like when you finally get some relief and you finally get that rain coming in, I like to cool max. And just go the extra mile and get some fucking ice cream and just keep things cold, man. Can't stand this heat all the time. To be honest, with all this shit, mostly just like hoarding potions. There's always more potions, so just sell most of this shit. Keep the juice. Poison lamp could be good for Andariel. We're still at normal though. Probably fine. To just push the fuck on. Six to 9, 10 to 16. Yeah. Free Arc Blast though. You never think you would say that, like, oh, Arctic Blast. But this is PD2. Arctic Blast is fucking decent. What kind of fragments? Like the shard fragments, you mean? I'll definitely keep that in mind. So much space, man. Look at those tabs. Fuck yeah. I can hoard for a long, long time. Nice, so start like stashing my jewels. Because I was hoarding a lot of stuff in the OG. Just like really reluctant to let go of a lot of stuff because I don't know what good it's gonna do, but then so many jewels are just trash. And it's like, yeah, you could craft them to re-roll rings and stuff like that, but just kind of pointless when you already got like the exact craft that you want, or you got like rare rings that already do better than the magics. There's kind of like no point either of picking up scrolls when I can stack 80 of them in a tome. So you can just leave behind the scrolls. Yeah, PT2 does seem way better for making good use of the items. Really can't shit on the original too much because it is such a good game, it is such a classic game. But it does have so much trash, it has so many areas that are just like aged. Just chalks up like the whole experience, so to actually be able to play a version where all that's like kind of waned out and can just focus on the important stuff, or useless things actually have more purpose, it's a lot better. Potions are way more balanced as well. Because I remember, like, constantly there would be a total disproportion of health versus mana potions. And now it's just dropping everything at the same rate. Everything feels very well scaled as well, because in the original you had a lot of things being quite plain or like sort of easy for the most part, and then you kind of walk around the corner and there's maybe one enemy that does way more damage and just kind of one-shot share. You maybe get stuck in this little group that's just doing way more damage, and it's just that it was a lot more inconsistent. It just feels more straightforward. Oh, I'll get that 2 strength for that bell. Does it have any slots? It doesn't even say how many slots it has. What? Oh, that's kind of shit. I just wasted the point because that gives me +1 strength. I can't swap it, even though that gives me +2 strength. Oh well. I'll get it next time. I'm just gonna go all ravens on the summon until I can finally get the bears. Maybe I can find a ring that gives me +1 strength. Funky colors on the ghosts. They did a great job on the graphics because it's still classic legacy graphics, but they just made like subtle little touches here and there to make it a bit more colorful. And like the auras and the debuffs and stuff, it's just a little bit more apparent. Like you can tell the people who made it really loved the game. This part really reminds me of Diablo 1. It's a shame what happened to it because I was actually getting pretty into it and then just die and realize that I have to save your game. Such a retro game moment. Lost like 4 hours progress. I'm just like, fuck that, man. A few days. Man, it was already pretty bad on the original as well. Once you get to 99, or once you get close to that. Good though that 99 is 99, you know. If you're at 99, it's like you were stuck on it. You deserved it, yeah. I always feel chill at this point in the game. Missing that waypoint, but fuck it, let's run to Ontario. How many characters do you have at 99, Nanoya? I know you have your Necro. You got anything else at 99? Charm. How charming. Oh nice, we'll put this amulet on. So that I finally get the belt. And then switch that right back on. Nice. I don't know why it doesn't... Oh, yeah, for some reason it doesn't tell you how many slots it has. But it did give me an extra... belt slot. Wonder why it doesn't say how many slots it has. Thankfully, the ping is stabilized as well. I've been getting that server lag because that was a pain in the fucking ass. This Merc is holding her own. I gotta get like a canopy frozen or something. because I'm faster caster. Actually take these heavy gloves. I'm coming for you, bitch. Zionists. Gonna get fucked now. Fuck. They're all non-binary. Like Bale. I swear Duriel is a fucking girl. Guess Diablo and Meth aren't really, but Slap a pair of tits on them. They wouldn't look out of place. Oh, there's another world stone shard. I could see her though, like, oh, my name's not Andariel anymore, it's Andy. She does like an Elliot Page on her own. I miss it. I miss Ellen Page. It's kind of like, you know, she's dead. She's not the same person anymore. I used to think Ellen Page was such a cool girl, and I thought she was like such a Canadian girl. Used to have this sort of like Ellen Page stereotype of Canadian women, that they're like a Becky, you know, they're not like super hot, but they're into cool things. You could like smoke a joint with her. She'd be into like some games. You know, she has like a good sense of humor. She's like a good girl, you know. And then she just like mans up, and she's like keeps talking about how happy she is when she's never looked more fucking depressed in her life. It's weird. It's like, where did my Ellen go? Yes, like in the Odyssey, everyone was saying for so long that they were going to play Achilles, and it's like, mate, it's fucking, well, you know, she play whoever the fuck it was, like, they could have easily casted her as that. I heard some people say that they think she still was cast as Achilles, but they just changed the name of them last minute. I was hyped, a little bit hyped for that film, because obviously I like fantasy, I like the Odyssey a lot. I've never been a like big fan of Christopher Nolan, but when I saw the trailer for it like years ago, I was like, oh, that could be quite good, like that could be quite interesting, maybe give that a watch. And then he put that like Nigerian girl as Helen of Troy. I was like, fuck off. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, yeah, here's Helen of Troy, boys. Like, I was laughing my fucking ass off for days. I was like, you fucking dumbass Zionist. Oh yeah, Helen of Troy's from Nigeria. It's like, fuck off. That's even worse than like the Ellen Page's Achilles. So. Yeah, I just don't think I would like it, because it's got so much weird shit like that in it, and that would just like throw me off. And everyone's like really American, and it's one of my like pet peeves Where it's like a big turn off for me in like fantasy, even in like games where everyone's walking around and talking in like an American accent, even though they're in like ancient Greece or like a fantasy setting. And then that's just like the tip of the iceberg. You know, if that pisses me off, I'm not gonna like Nigerian fucking Helen of Troy. Plus, I don't even like Christopher Nolan. Like, I think all his films are like mid at best. Like Oppenheimer, that film was so fucking trash, man. It's so boring. And like some of his films are okay. Like Inception. It was okay, yeah. It's like a film. It's not like, whoa, bro, fucking Oscars. Same with Oppenheimer. It's like, yeah, you can maybe watch. You could maybe just like watch it. It's an okay watch, you know, but it's not like fucking Oscar worthy. And I never liked the Batman films or Prisoners. I didn't like that. The magician, what's it called? Like the illusionists or whatever. Again, it was okay. It wasn't like, oh man, you gotta see this. Yeah, Inception was like good. This wasn't like Christopher Nolan is the greatest director of our fucking age or whatever, you know. It's kind of like, it's kind of like a fancy Michael Bay or something. But yeah, they do this with everything these days. What the fuck are they gonna do next? Are they gonna like remake Roots and make like Kunta Kinte like fucking Filipino or some shit, you know, like, no, they won't. It's only whites that need washed, right? That's like the whole thing of it. It's only whites that need washed. Man, you have 7 ravens. 7 ravens. Let's do it. Quite a lot of people liked the Odyssey though. It's just some random kid in the Discord server, but the other day was like, oh, I just saw the Odyssey. I would easily say it's like top 3 best films ever fucking made. I was like, no, it's not, man. I don't even need to see it. It's like, it's not top 3 films ever fucking made. But yeah, a lot of people really like it. So I think we'll be seeing a lot more of the Black Helens of Troy's and whatnot. I'll be going for max res anyway, for sure. Yeah, I feel like we live in an age as well where people can be gaslit into thinking something's good. So I saw like day 1 on Rotten Tomatoes and shit, it was at like 99%. Every single critic was like, "This is fucking peak. This is one of the best films." And I feel like most people just sort of like herd mentality, but yeah, I haven't seen it. I just very, very much doubt I would like it. Oh hell yeah, films in the 90s were fucking way better, man. Way better. Everything was better back then. I feel like such a old man sometimes, but yeah. I'm a bit biased with all that stuff because, you know, I like old games, I like old music. It's not even really old, it's just like 90s, early 2000s, everything kind of like fell off around then. There still is the occasional, of course. I'm not just like completely biased, like, oh fuck everything made after this date. Still like a lot of newer things, newer media, like now and then, just nowhere near as much. I really like Heat. You know, Robert De Niro, Al Pacino. You know, fucking Heat. I fucking love that film, man. Like, you never see films like that anymore. Even though it's not like, again, it's not like, oh, it's an Oscar. Oh, it's like a life-changing film. It's just like a really, like, sit back, like, spark one up. We're watching fucking Heat tonight. And it's just like such a fucking classic film, man. Yeah, I like Titanic. I think Titanic's a pretty good film. Man, and Dario's getting fucking hammered, man. Look at this. Like, Titanic is a little bit cheesy, for sure. I like the romance. But maybe it's just like, I really like ocean liners. I'm like a massive nerd for ocean liners. And like, even bigger nerd for maritime disasters. Maritime disasters, I fucking love that shit. Oh man, she's getting absolutely wasted. So in a lot of ways, Titanic is my sort of film. But yeah, James Cameron, pretty good director. I didn't like the, what's that film where it's like, you know, where they're underwater? You know, where it's like, they're all in that like submarine. I didn't really like that film much. But like Terminator 2, Terminator 2 is fucking epic. And I like the Avatar movies. Avatar 2 especially. I thought that was great. Oh man, we're getting some really good daggers for Assassin. Yeah, you know what's sus, right? You know what, like, how any YouTube video, if it has anything to do with like 9/11 or COVID, there's like a built-in YouTube like disclaimer, like COVID was blah blah blah, or 9/11 was caused by this, just to like always downplay it. Any video with the Titanic has that same like disclaimer, like warning, even though it's like such an old event. And so many of the videos, they don't even, like the vast majority of Titanic videos, they don't even touch on any of that about the people on board and like potential causes and conspiracy theories. But for some reason, they still have it manually flagged. Like if anybody mentions the Titanic, like make sure to like reinforce the Wikipedia on that shit. It's like, come on. And Titanic, I definitely think it's a sus event. I personally, I'm like on the fence. I think there's a lot of suspicious things, and I think like the official narrative is pretty credible as well. But the Lusitania, it was basically like the Titanic before the Titanic, but it was like a big ocean liner, and it like sank off the coast of Ireland because it got shot by a German U-boat during World War One, and for a really, really long time, it was considered like a conspiracy theory that the Western powers intended for it to get sunk on purpose by a German U-boat so it would drag the Americans into the war. And there's all sorts of just like direct evidence of like before people got on the boat on the Lusitania from America, it had warning signs on it like, oh, this is an extremely unsafe voyage. You could potentially be like shot down because there's like the whole waters, like the whole seas is basically under it's all in a kind of war zone of the Germans and the British, like sinking each other's ships, so like basically don't get on the fucking Lusitania. Germany like put posters around it saying like, if you get on this boat, like you will be like sunk down. And instead, like the people who were selling tickets and the Cunard line were all saying like, it's fine, it's fine. American embassy saying like, nah, it's fine, like just get on the boat, like you'll be safe, you'll be fine. And then there's even like claims of the king at the time. There's like a quote which is now being downplayed, but he said the day it happened, like hours before, he was like, oh, if only we could arrange for like a ship to be sunk with American passengers on it to like pull the Americans into the war with us, because he needed the Americans to help fight the Germans. And yeah, it pretty much had like a massive impact of why they got like involved in World War One. And then it was even uncovered that they actually smuggled munitions on it. So not only was it like the Germans just like sinking a passenger liner, because their excuse for it was, we don't know if you're like smuggling weapons. It was actually confirmed that the fucking Western powers did smuggle munitions on the boat, so the Germans had like every right to like sink it down. And yeah, for like, because I follow maritime disasters really closely. I love like ocean liners and big ships and ships sinking, and for a really, really long time it's a conspiracy theory, there's nothing to it. Over time it gets more and more incredible. Fucking 3 days ago, the BBC posted a documentary saying that it was a false flag, and it was all like set up like to get the Americans into fucking World War One. And it's like now they're running with it because it's like over 100 years ago, and nobody can be fucking blamed for it, you know. let's fucking see. But Titanic, I do think it was an iceberg, personally. Could be wrong, but I do think it's an iceberg. One or two shot in every single thing in the end game. I mean, if you can do it, you can do it, right? It's definitely a goal. You want to be as strong as possible, so if it can be done, it will be done. No, yeah. I gotta go back and rinse all this shit out my inventory, man.
Hello.
Yeah, doing all these false flag shits all the time. You ever watch the Corbett Report? You ever seen that? It's like a Canadian journalist. He's like an old school Canadian journalist. He did documentaries on World War One, like the Lusitania, and what's his name? Like Charles Bernard? Nah, I don't know if that's his first name. But he's like this massive like propaganda agent that's like set up all these false flags, and he was a propaganda agent that made up all the shit about the Nazis like shrinking heads and like making lampshades out of like Jew skin and all this shit. And he wrote like lots of books about just how we can use like psyops and military campaigns to like make everyone think the enemy's doing all this crazy shit or misguide the purpose. Like babies on bayonets propaganda, where during World War One, the British newspapers were publishing in all these posters and articles saying that the Germans were going around with their bayonets after they sacked cities and just bayoneting babies. And the interesting thing about it as well is, if it's modern day, then it's like, oh, this is a fucking conspiracy theory, that's all just a load of nonsense. But then when you look back in history, where it's way harder to cover up, or people are way less likely to deny it because it's more, the further it goes back in time, like the more just historical fact it becomes, it gets like denied way less. And you get to see that this shit actually happens everywhere, so why would they just stop? Obviously they do this shit, right? I forgot about my ice cream, it's gonna melt.
This is a great victory indeed, but many more battles await. I will accompany you on your journey, lending what assistance I can. Remember, Diablo is still out there, seeking something in the desert. I'm afraid that this nightmare will not end until you find what it is that he seeks.
Look up Corbett Report. You'll find some of it on YouTube, but then it got like banned from YouTube. And the guy just sticks to the fucking facts. There's like no fear mongering, no stupid music. It's just like pure fucking, just pure facts. Or there's two sides. There's two sides to it. No, yeah, nah. I think if people are saying stuff like that, they actually might have good reasoning abilities, and they might be onto something, but you can easily get like sucked onto the wrong side. Because God in the Old Testament, it's actually pretty fucked up sometimes, right? And it says in Genesis that the reason that God doesn't want Adam and Eve to eat from the fruit of knowledge is because then they'll become aware of themselves, and then they will realize that they are like gods. So I think there's a lot of wisdom, and I think there's a lot of like occult knowledge in that line of thought. But it's a very like key point of something that gets warped easily by the Satanists, to them thinking that they're above God and to like confuse God. But there's truth in it as well. I mean, God in the Old Testament is kind of fucked up a lot of the time, right? Because it's like, I'm a jealous God. You take no other gods before me, and I'm gonna promise, like, this piece of land to the fucking Jews for, like, chopping their dicks up. And we're gonna play tricks on people, and I don't think God in the New Testament is really most of what God is. I think it's been corrupted and like misled, and the people that have wrote the Bible have kind of twisted a lot of it around. So I think like the truth's kind of like hidden in there. But like without all that aside, like you can just stick to the New Testament, right? Like just stick to the New Testament and the Gospels. The word's pretty strong. But it's just total opposite to what goes on in the Old Testament, right? I mean, like, God in the Old Testament kind of self-professively says that he's arrogant. He says that he's very jealous, and he tries, like, time and time again to, like, plead with the Israelites and make deals and make covenants, and just keeps, like, fucking up. And keeps trying to, like, cause wars. And permits, like, murder, and like executions, like basically the Talmud, right? So I think there's two sides to God. I think there's like Jehovah, and then there's like Yahweh. So there's like two sides of the coin, and the Satanists always try and turn everything up on their head. So like to the Satanists, it's like Yahweh. Right, but like the righteous God is like Jehovah. There's like two ways of interpreting God's name, which they write Yod He Vue. You know what I'm talking about? But the Old Testament's filled with a lot of crazy fucking shit. I don't think you can read the Old Testament and be like, yeah, God's just like a really nice, benign, like good force. Because it's almost like complete opposite. When Christ comes and says, if someone slaps your cheek, like turn the other cheek and let them slap that as well. If someone asks you for your jacket, then give them your wallet as well. Whilst the God of the Old Testament's like eye for an eye. Like stone the infidels, like break down the walls of Jericho, like take no other gods before me or I'll rise against you in jealousy. There is like a conflict between old and new. So it depends what God you're judging. Because if you judge God by what's said in the Old Testament, then it's like it's quite hard to say that they're the same person, you know. But I also think that God is the Father, and Christ is like all forgiving, all loving. But sometimes God just doesn't fuck around, you know. But it's like Christ said, some will come in like wolves in sheep's clothing will come and say that they're the higher force or they're the goodness in the world. Like the Old Testament has been around for like thousands of years. Like you think people haven't like tweaked the Old Testament? You think corrupt people haven't came and like altered the Old Testament to like suit their dominion and rule over people? Of course they have. Yeah, well, he kind of did though, right?
Your presence honors me.
He kind of did.
Finally, we may
As wise Jesus say, you know, Peter goes to like attack the Roman centurions that are coming to take Christ away, and Christ like stops him and says, Peter, like those who live by the sword die by the sword. And then God in the Old Testament's like, go and dash babies' heads off stone walls, like it says in Psalms. Like crush the enemies, knock their babies' heads off dash the babies' heads off the walls. And he's saying like, go and rape and plunder and pillage these like cities in my name, and talking about being jealous and wrathful and I think the Jews have corrupted it. I think the Jews corrupted it, and then Christ came to say, like, that's not what God actually is. And the Pharisees and the, you know, these sects of Jews and the fucking Zionists have like corrupted it. Basically, the Satanists have like turned God on his head, made everyone follow like this false image of God, and then Christ came to like set the record straight. And he's like, that's not what it actually is. That's what I think, anyway.
Greetings, honored traveler.
Alright, let's get the Act 2 mark and see what it's doing. Not gonna stay on for too much longer though.
I bet you wonder how this... Yes, citizen.
Blessed aim, defiance forms. Oh look, he has a little buff aura. Yeah, that's true. Like most people don't actually read the Bible themselves. They just maybe go on like presumptions and prejudice without fully explaining it, or fully like delving into it and breaking it apart and trying to balance and like reasonably like think about it. They're just kind of already got like their minds made up.
It may not pass.
What are you saying was covered up, Fisk? The USS Liberty. Is that what you're replying to in the YouTube chat?
Good to see you. There is something about...
I know much about the ancient legends.
I know much about the ancient legends. I was the paladin of Sakarum. Yeah, they use false flags all the time. I think Charlie Kirk is the big latest example of just how they like assassinated this guy, but then at the same time it's like Charlie Kirk was like a massive fucking show. And he was basically like working for the Zionists and the Israel lobby and like deeply involved with all this shit. And then once he started talking out against Israel and started like actually waking up to the truth. I think he was an honest man, but he was led astray. And he felt like what he was doing and what he was saying was right. And he was being manipulated and didn't have like all the information. But then once he actually like had his mind open and was genuinely listening and researching other things, he realized that he was on the wrong side. And he also started asking for an audit of Turning Point USA, saying like millions of dollars were missing from it. And then yeah, he's like assassinated. You know, did you see recently this? This debate with Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens? Man, I've never been more certain. I never even really thought about it. But like after I saw that debate, I was like, oh shit! Like Andrew Wilson's like a fucking patsy. He's like working for the fucking shows, like massively. He's paying like $300K to like argue Candace Owens and just like completely dismiss and like laugh out the water this idea that he was assassinated by the Jewish fucking lobby and shit. It's like, it's pretty obvious. Man, I forget the name of the boat. Let me find out. The Laconia. You ever hear of the Laconia incident? It was when, right, like the fucking Nazis in World War II. They shot at this boat from a U-boat, and they missiled it and they sank it, and they didn't realize that the whole thing was like filled with like POWs, and it was being used as half like a hospital ship and half with like POWs. And then when they shot the ship down, the captain of the Laconia, he was like, ah shit, like what the fuck have I done? Because these are all like civilians basically. These are all like unarmed men, and he tried his best to help and save them and do whatever he could to, you know, with his tiny little U-boat, like surface it, leave them exposed to Allies' fire. And he was sending messages to the Allies saying like, oh, we've got your guys, like you need to come and save them, you need to come and help them. And you know, the fucking Americans came and they fucking bombed them. And they bombed all their own guys. They bombed all their own people, and they bombed the Allies, troops, and the fucking staff, and all these like unarmed civilians. Did he actually? Andrew Wilson admitted he was a fucking Freemason. That's fucking crazy. Did he fucking really? What the fuck? Man, it was when I seen that Candace Owens debate, I was just like, how did he get, who's paying 300k to, like, downplay Candace Owens' whole theory of, like, the Zionist lobby, and the way he did it as well was just, like, so fucking, just immature and cheap and pathetic. And then there was all these, like, weird videos popping up as well of, just, like, blatant propaganda, like, stupid AI images, just like, oh, Andrew Wilson destroys Candace Owens. And the stupid AI images of, like, Candace Owens, like, crying with tears running down her face, and Andrew Wilson just, like, laughing at her. I'm like, this is all just, like, weirdly sus. I know, like, this stuff happens a lot, and it's, like, fairly benign, but it was, like, clearly big, heavily invested, like, takedown ploy. And I was just like, man, there's absolutely no way this guy is, not being paid, and he's not like in on the agenda to like show on this all this shit. And it makes sense because he's like playing directly into the like hijacking of the reasonable right into just like the hate fueled like incel fucking demonic like fucking energy basically, right? That is so sus, man. And he's a fucking Mason? That's crazy. Kinda like not surprised, but I am surprised that he just like outright admits it. Like what a dirty fucking bastard. But yeah, there's shills and snakes fucking all over the place. No, yeah, if someone told you that you're an arrogant person when you can do math and he can't even do algebra, and he called you arrogant, an arrogant tweet because he can't do what you can do, what does you feel about him? I don't really understand what you're saying, to be honest. Don't really understand what you're saying, bro. Fucking Freemasons are like one of the main groups behind all this fucking shit though. Like the rampant subversion. Like, why the fuck do you think Hitler wanted all the Freemasons out? It's like one of the first things he does was like, yeah, get the fucking Freemasons the fuck out. Because they're fucking at it. And they're all over Scotland as well. It's fucking crazy though that he had made it. I can almost imagine him just pontificating a bunch of fucking shit, like whilst he's saying it, he's like, I was a master mason, and I'll tell you, there's nothing wrong with the Freemasons. He's such a vile man. Yeah. He's such a disgusting, vile man. And he's such a little baby. It's quite pathetic. He makes like a career of like quote unquote debating like the most lowest hanging fruit, like the dumbest people in the fucking world. Asmongold is a fucking chill as well. He's not like up there on that level. He's not like a fucking mason, but he's a fucking chill. He starts shilling heavily all this fucking AI crap. And see all these people, like see all the people at the top of the media and see all the people at the top of YouTube. They will go through the most popular people and they like, if you go against what they're saying, you can either be promoting part of the agenda that's like prescribed for everyone to like eat up, or if you're not, or like you can either be prescribing and pushing out what's in the agenda, or you can be not touching it and just like away from it. But if you're saying shit that's actually real and fucking for it, you're like way down on the list. You get censored, you get de-algoed, fucking everything. And they're using AI now as well to basically, like, AI is basically monitoring everything I say right now, because they do it with like all the auto captions, and it flags up certain words, it flags up certain sentences. So they can just automatically like pinpoint whoever the fuck is saying shit that's going against their agenda, and they'll just bring them down. Because they're sitting at like the top of the pyramid and control everyone who's on. So like they all this shit about like Andrew Wilson or like whatever podcast, even though they're like demonetized or whatever, they're still pushed out like fuck by the algorithm, right? Like they're still like getting huge traction all over fucking YouTube. It's the same with Andrew Tate. Like, you remember Andrew Tate? It's like, oh, Andrew Tate's banned from YouTube. Andrew Tate's like banned from Instagram. So why the fuck is he on YouTube and Instagram every fucking video and every fucking podcast, like every fucking where? Like, it's not banned. You're not banned if you're still on the fucking platform everywhere, even if you don't have your own channel, but everyone else still fucking talks about it, yeah? He says he is now out of Freemasonry, but he's not. You're never out of Freemasonry. You're never out of Freemasonry. Especially if you're a fucking master mason, you're never fucking out. It's actually one of the big, it's actually a textbook thing that the shows like that do. Is they'll say, oh, I used to be a mason, or oh, my dad was a mason, or I had a couple uncles that were in the Freemasons, but I'm not a mason. Bro, like, do you know if you could, do you know, right? There's literal funds, right? If my dad was a Freemason, then I could go online and I could like get funding from the Freemasons, because even if you're not like you're not a Freemason, if you had a direct relative who was a Freemason, you input their name, their date of birth in, and they'll like give you fucking money and shit. Like seriously, I'm not even fucking around. Like they've all completely got each other's fucking backs, like. And that's how they all get up in like so many high places. Because they're like, oh, I've got a mason. I know Freemasons in publishing. I know Freemasons in the media. I know Freemasons in cinema. I know Freemasons that work at Google. They all got their little. They all got a piece of the pie. They're all sitting in different parts and like different sectors and different industries, so they can pull fucking strings. Fuck the Freemasons. Yeah, you're exactly fucking right. Like, he's a Freemason. He defends everything Trump does. He defends everything Israel does. He completely, like, covers up. You know what was really telling on that Candace Owens debate? Is he starts talking about, like, Erica Kirk, and he's like, oh, the reason I'm so passionate about it is because Erica Kirk has gone through so much. And he's like, could you honestly imagine how psychologically traumatic and how hard it is when your husband is murdered and you have tens of thousands of people accusing you or saying that you had something to do with it? And it's like, what? You're like the most cold-hearted piece of shit on fucking line. And he was literally saying earlier on in the fucking on the fucking debate, it was something like, oh, are you saying that this person is retarded for thinking that? And he's like, yeah, actually I do, because I think all women are retarded. And then just backtracks. It's like, oh, Erica Kirk, you imagine the psychological torture and the damage that she's gone through from seeing her husband die? It's like, what the fuck? He's such a fucking little pathetic fucking show, man. He's a fucking sickening bastard. Like, oh, you hate all women and all women are retarded and fuck this and fuck that, but then all of a sudden, oh, poor Erica Kirk. It's like, shut your fucking pie hole, you fucking ugly rat. Yeah, everything aligns. Exactly, 300k? Who the fuck pays 300k to debate someone? That's just fucking weird. It didn't work either. Because it was really, really weird. It was a really weird debate. It seemed so desperate. It seems so weird and fucking desperate. It's just jarring. But yeah, it just makes you realize, like, how far they'll go. Like, it's not, you know, the if we're all on the wavelength, right, and we're all saying like, yeah, they'll sink a fucking ship, and they'll put a couple planes and then some skyscrapers, right, and they'll do all this fucking shit, all these psyops, all these false flags. Like that's the big stuff, right? Think of all the little stuff they're doing, right? Think of all the little stuff they're doing, all the little agents, all the little fucking patsies they've got going on the news, in the media, on YouTube, debating this, debating that, and it's all just pure propaganda, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you remember that shit? Like, who remembers that Bill Gates video where he's like, oh, there's too much people on the planet and the planet's like overpopulating, so we need to invest in medicine and vaccines so we can drop the population. It's like, what? How did he even get away with saying this shit, right? Like the COVID stuff was just like peak brainwashing. But they play both sides, right? Like, this is the thing, is they play both sides. So people like Andrew Wilson, they're like positioned on the right wing side. And so like people that have maybe they're aware of how fucking fucked up all these false flags and the Israel situation is, but then he's there to like herd them back. Like, no, Trump is right, there's no conspiracy, everything's fine with Israel, right? It's like they keep people on the fucking wavelength. It's like Ben Shapiro, right? It's like hijacking. The movement could go somewhere, this could go somewhere, put agents in there to control the direction and try and stop people from going too far to the truth or too far out of the boundaries of where we want them to go. And I think Alex Jones is kind of like that as well. You know, his brother's in the CIA. But I think Alex Jones has controlled opposition as well. And I think that's how he got away with like saying so much and how he would know so much. And he's just like another sort of shell that will have grains of truth layered into his bullshit that ends up like making more people listen to him when they're maybe on the right grounds and they're maybe on like the right line of thinking and they're trying to investigate deeper into this shit, and then he'll pull them further away. But the fucking shit with Sandy Hook, that's like such a staged trial, because he was fined like what? It was like $1 billion. Yeah, his brother's in the CIA. He's like, he admits it as well. It's like Andrew Wilson at Freemasons. There's videos of him online, and he's like, oh yeah, my brother's in the CIA. Talk to him all the time. But like Alex Jones, like that whole Sandy Hook trial, that was like such a crock of shit, man. That was such a stage bunch of crap. He got fined like $1 billion, just put in debt for the rest of his life for saying Sandy Hook didn't happen. And it goes to show like how far they'll shut you down. Like what, if I don't believe Sandy Hook happened, now they're gonna fucking put me in debt for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, if I don't believe Sandy Hook happened, then I'm like defaming the victims, and I owe them like reparations for like the rest of my life. It's like, what? That's a load of fucking shit. Like, why are people allowed to deny that the Earth is round, but you can't like deny that Sandy Hook is real? Why is it that they've like selectively made all these things of like you can't deny shit? Like I could believe the moon's made of cheese, right? I could say, I don't believe pretty much anything. Like I don't believe the Romans existed. I don't believe Australia exists. I could say all this shit, but then when I say, I don't think Sandy Hook happened, it's like you're going to fucking jail. Or you're getting fined for the rest of your life. Or I don't believe the Holocaust happened. It's like, okay, well, that's a crime. Like, they need to shove all this shit up their fucking ass, man. Because the more they just keep, like, denying shit happened and selectively taking advantage, it's like, oh, you can deny anything you want, except this and this and this and this and this. Like, putting the little Wikipedia disclaimers on every video of the Titanic, it just makes it look fucking sus, man. Yeah, not everyone in CIA have bad intentions, for sure, and it's like there's many divisions in the CIA, right? Like you can work in the CIA and you're just like filing paper, you know. You could be in the CIA, you're just doing nothing. Oh, nice, +1 Ravens. So it's not like, oh, you're in the CIA, you're like automatically this or that. Like, but it is very sus that how does Alex Jones have a brother that's in the CIA, right? Like, how different must their lives be if Alex Jones is like some multi-millionaire of like promoting conspiracy theories, and his site itself is called InfoWars. Right, like information wars, right, like it's in the name. How does he end up doing that and his brother ends up in the CIA? Like, it just kind of makes you wonder, like, who exactly are these people? And it's like with the same shit I'm saying with like Andrew Tate. They say, right, oh, they're banned, they're censored, they're not allowed on YouTube. But then where are they? They're on fucking Joe Rogan and shit. It's like, I'm telling you, like, if you're actually banned, you're actually deplatformed, you're nowhere to be seen. You're not banned and then you're on every fucking second reel. They control the whole platform. If they don't want you on it, you'll not be on it. If you start posting shit they don't want people to see, then they'll take you off it. Like if you start saying stuff about the Kalergi plan, they'll just ban you. It doesn't matter like what the fuck your angle is, they'll just ban you. Yeah, no Steve Bannon. I know that like he worked for Breitbart, right? He worked for Breitbart, and Breitbart like got like assassinated. I don't really like Steve Bannon. I think Steve Bannon is sus as fuck, and he's like right in the middle of like the Trump administration, like. Yeah, if you make one video about the Kalergi plan, like you're just banned. So if Andrew Tate's banned, why is he all over the fucking news, and why is he all over YouTube, and why is he countless reels channels like devoted to him? He's not banned. If he was banned, you wouldn't see him. Like, it's the same with that Whatever podcast. It's like, it's not banned. It's one of the most popular podcasts on the fucking platform. They're feeding everyone a load of shit. Yeah, Joe Rogan is such a massive shill. He's such a dumbass as well, like, he's really not an intelligent person. But recently, he's always been a shill, right? Like, have you ever seen the videos of him when he started off and he was just like a commentator on the UFC? He was completely different, man. His whole personality was like completely different. He was more weak. He was like timid. And then his first show, you guys know what his first show was? It was like Conspiracy Theories with Joe Rogan. And he was basically a skeptic of all these different conspiracy theories. That was like his first show. That was like his first media venture on Netflix. Like outside of being a UFC commentator. And then he gets his podcast, becomes like the biggest podcast in the fucking world. And now here we are, like listening to him talk his fucking shit with Peter Thiel, saying that the second coming of Christ is going to be an AI. Right? Like how stupid does he have to be? And how stupid do they think that we are? Like, who the fuck listened to that and said, oh man, Joe Rogan could be right. Imagine if the second coming of Christ was actually AI. What a load of fucking shit. What a load of blasphemous, utter drivel and shit to even suggest such a heinous and moronic, asinine fucking thing is that the second coming of Christ will be AI. And this is the guy that we're allowed to listen to. Right? I say some crazy shit sometimes, but it's never as dumb as that Jesus will be the second coming of Christ. But he's like put on a fucking pedestal. Right? People that say some wacky ass fucking things that are way more reasonable and logical, and they're just like, nah, he's a fucking nutcase. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Andrew Tate's a Freemason as well. And you heard the tweets about Andrew Tate, where he's like bigging up Epstein, and Andrew Tate's like on Twitter and he's saying all this shit like, oh, Epstein achieved way more than any of you ever will in your entire lives, and you're all just like jealous of Jeffrey Epstein. And you've seen the amount of shit where like Andrew Tate and his brother Tristram are just actively talking about like having sex with underage girls, and they're fucking pedos, man. And they're all the same as like Andrew Wilson. They're all like closely aligned to Trump. They're all trying to hijack the fucking like manosphere or whatever the fuck you call it. Trying to hijack like the red pill movement. He's a scumbag. He's a fucking pimp. Like he whores women out. That's how he's a millionaire. He whores women out on cam. And then he creates like this media campaign, like raging at women, hating on women for doing OF and shit. It's like, bro, he's the guy that enables it. Yeah, I think Trump was all like, I don't know, man. Like you can have your opinion for sure, but I think the whole thing's been planned before Trump even got into power. His first term, his second term, I think it was all planned in advance. And like Trump's married his fucking daughter off to the fucking Zionists. Like he's married his daughter off to Jared Kushner and the fucking Zionists. His daughter's a fucking Israeli. He was kissing that Israeli wall on his knees, kissing that Israeli wall as soon as he got into power. The US, like if you look at the trajectory of US history, they've been wanting to invade Iran for so fucking long, man. For so fucking long. And like, see all this shit? This is my opinion as well, of course. But you know, like Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, it's all the fucking same, man. It's all the fucking same. Like it's the same in Canada, like Carney, or Trudeau, or it's all the same. It's all fucking controlled by the same people, man. It's all the banks, it's all the money, it's all the big business, it's all the people like working behind the scenes. And they've been working on this for like 100 years. Like big time. Like the whole of democracy is a complete sham. These people, they control the media, they control the banks, they control the political system, they control the criminal justice system. Like everything, man. They control big tech. They control big pharma. They control like the industrial military complex. They control like the automobile industry, logistics industry, the airline industry. Fucking everything. Hey man, do you know any good resources for Diablo 2? Been trying to get into it, but I don't know what goes for D2R and Classic. I think if you're never played the game, then D2R is a pretty good place to start. I personally don't like the graphics, but you can change the graphics. You can play in Legacy mode or you can play in the Modern mode. And like, I just finished a 3-month stream of my first time playing the game, and I just jumped in raw. I didn't look up any guides or any videos. It's still like a perfectly good game to just get into at any time. And you don't need like many resources, you just gotta decide like, yeah, I wanna give it a shot, get the game. It's a good game, I highly recommend it. And then if you do like Diablo 2 a lot, whether you play Resurrected or you play the original version, you should definitely try Project Diablo 2. Do you know like Iran and North Korea are the only two countries in the world that doesn't have a Federal Reserve US bank in them? And they're like the only two countries that don't have US military bases in them. So they're like the last on the list. And they got so much fucking oil there, man. They got so much fucking oil in there. They tried it with the Saudis, right? Like they created the petrodollar when Nixon took away the gold reserve on the currency. They like swapped it out so that the US dollar would be based on petroleum. And they deposed the monarchy in Saudi Arabia, or they basically got like the Saudis to kind of like submit to the will of the US and make all oil, like all petroleum, like sold from Saudis must be sold in US dollars. That was a deal that the Saudis made with the fucking US in like late 70s. At the same time, the US is engaged in the Iranian Revolution. They were way off better with the Shah because they were actually going to play ball with the US. But then the Islamist extremists like took over and they said like, fuck you to the Americans, like we're not going to do what you say. It's our resources, it's our oil, you're not going to have your banks in this country, we're not going to use dollars, we're going to sell our oil to whoever the fuck we want, and we're going to sell it in whatever currency we want. And since then, basically, they've had their eyes like all over Iran, like they want that country. And they do the same shit. It's just the Iraq war all over again. Like, oh yeah, like Netanyahu is saying that the Iranians been developing nuclear weapons since blah blah blah. It's the same fucking thing they did in Iraq. And then they wanted Iraq for like the same reasons, right? Like we have no moral high ground these days. People can say like, oh, but Saddam Hussein, oh, he was a tyrant. It's like fucking look at the UK, look at the EU. We're like run by tyrants. And like the Western power has no moral high ground. We used to be able to say, like, we're the good guys. We can storm in guns blazing and save the day because we've got like the best morality. We stand for freedom. We stand for liberty. We stand for democracy. They don't. It's a fucking sham. They're dropping bombs. They're dropping bombs on Iranian girls' schools. The fucking school filled with little fucking girls. That's what Donald Trump did. Drop a bomb right there where all these little fucking girls are going to school. They all need locked up. I think chances Epstein is dead. I don't know. I think that they might have just killed him. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I think there's a chance that he is still alive and they got him out. But there's also a pretty fair chance, I think, that they just said, you know what, like, fuck him, he's, like, served his purpose. We'll get, like, nothing else out of him. He's become, like, a liability, so, yeah, let's just, like, get rid of him. I mean, if I was a character like Epstein, I don't know why I would hang myself. If I was a character like Epstein, I'd have a cyanide capsule like installed underneath my tooth so I could just clench my jaw and fucking kill myself whenever I wanted to. That's what they do for like most of these fucking agents, right? I would be hanging myself in a jail cell. Yeah, Trump's on that list big time as well. Trump's on the list. Bill Gates is on the list. And Trump said, every promise, like Trump said, he's like, I'm not gonna invade Iran. We're gonna like release the Epstein files. Like all this shit he said he's gonna do, it was all the shit. And I was watching, you know, like Tim Pool. I was watching Tim Pool. This was like last month, and they were like unironically saying that Donald Trump is going to be the last chance of American freedom. That Donald Trump is the savior of the American people and the American fucking race and all this shit. And it's just like, man, you guys are either dumb as hell, or you're just like shelling out your ass like massively. But there's a pretty big movement to like show for Trump as like the savior of mankind. Like the QAnon is pretty much like perfect example of what I was talking about. How they try and hijack the truth and they try and bend it to their narrative. Because they hijacked the QAnon stuff that was all about like exposing the satanic pedophile networks and the Epstein networks and the fucking Israel lobby and all the pieces of the puzzle, like organ harvesting, Bohemian Grove, like Bilderberg Group, like all of this shit. And then he twisted it all around to say that Donald Trump was going to be the one guy that was going to save everyone from this mess. That he was aware of everything that was going on, and he was going to save the world and put an end to all these like pedophile rings and the fucking Israel lobby. And people like literally believed that. When I was on 8chan all the time when that was fucking big, and you saw it slowly get hijacked because we were doing investigations into like Pizzagate, like big investigations, like big deep dives, like exposing big evidence. Like I knew about all the shit to do with Epstein and John Podesta and like the fucking Clinton campaign and like all the WikiLeaks files. Knew about all that shit like way before it was picked up on the media, like a decade before it was picked up on the media, and everyone just said I was fucking crazy. And then over time, they started having all these posts coming out with this QAnon shit, and it was the same thing that they did with like National Socialism. They just hijack it, turn it into Satanism, hijack the truth movement, say that Donald Trump's going to be the savior of humanity, like punished Trump memes, and he lost friends in 9/11, and he's been on a crusade ever since to come and get into power and drain the swamp, and we're going to get rid of all the fucking pedophiles and all this shit. And then fast forward, not one campaign, 2 campaigns later, and he's doing the complete opposite. His name's all over the Epstein files. He won't release anything. Like, all these people got duped. They got fucking duped. And they thought, like, this guy was actually had their best interests in mind, when he's just a politician, like every other fucking politician. Like, they're controlled. They're all corrupt. They're all playing, like, the exact same game, like, the exact same system. Like, you can't fucking trust them. They're in this so fucking deep. They're in this so fucking deep. Like, think about it. If you're running an international level fucking pedophile ring, like, with the highest, with billionaires, with the richest people in the world. How fucking tightly are you going to run this fucking ship? Most people can't even conceptualize like the level of evil these guys are operating on. And I used to think at the start of like 2016 campaign, like I wouldn't call myself a Trump supporter, but I was like, yeah, I think Trump should win instead of Clinton, right? Because Hillary Clinton seemed way more sus, and there was like the great meme war, and there was like a whole culture behind it, and like, yeah, why not? But then when you get into it, you realize like the whole thing's just fucking set up, man. Like the whole political system in of itself, like the whole banking system in of itself, the media in of itself is all set up for the specific purpose to keep us all controlled and all manipulated and all deluded. And if we start coming out of the cracks and we start forming our own independent investigations of truth, they'll infiltrate it, they'll warp it, they'll do whatever they can in their power to stay in that power. Like, that's the game. And they've got all the fucking resources. Like, they've got all the strings to pull. Everything. Like, they know exactly how to take people off the right path and just start flinging them a bunch of shit. They do it with aliens as well. Like, there was this documentary I was watching recently, and it was about how the CIA like actively infiltrated all these alien disclosure movements and fed them false stories and false narratives to make them believe like completely incorrect things. And the whole purpose of it was just so they could have like control over the narrative, and so people couldn't get close to the truth.
No, I don't expect this of you.
Like, they've been doing it so big since World War II. We're investing billions of dollars, we're investing trillions of dollars in it, right? They print the fucking money. And this AI shit that they're all going for right now, that's gonna be like the cherry on top. Like they wanna have digital currency, like CBDCs. So you got like social credit banking system. You're on gridlock. You go outside this area, you have no bank account, you have no money, you have no resources. You want AI systems monitoring your face, that's got your date of birth, like your criminal history, your medical history, like everything about you. Like, you go online, you post pictures of yourself, it's all getting monitored, like sent to an AI database, so they can track everything you like, everything you dislike, who all your friends are, who all your family is, your precise geolocation, like your voice, everything about you. They want a complete like control database monitoring system over fucking everyone. They want like complete opposite of freedom. They want to control every single penny you gain, every single penny you spend. It's all gonna be run through their fucking systems. Like, that's where we're heading. And then eventually, they'll go one step further. It's not enough for you to just be on your smartphone. They're gonna start putting all these fucking Neuralink chips into your brain. So you're like half cybernetic. Basically a complete like autonomous slave, like programmed into the system. You got no rights. You do what you're told. You go where you're told. You work where you're told. You spend what you're told. Right, this is where we're fucking heading. Like, you'll vote for who you're told to. That's where we're already at. It doesn't matter if it's Trump, it doesn't matter if it's Biden, it doesn't matter if it's Starmer, it doesn't matter if it's Farage. It's all fucking controlled. Because if someone stood up that wasn't part of the system, they'd be gone. They'd be deplatformed, they'd have no space. They'd pin charges on them, they'd wake up with fucking cinder blocks tied to their fucking legs to the bottom of a fucking lake. You know what I mean? That's why it will never work. You know, people will think, oh, Trump's gonna change everything, Trump's gonna make America great again. It's like, man, the whole system is fucked, like, from the ground up. Like, we need to reform the entire political system. We need to wipe out the whole banking system. We need to wipe out the national debt. We need to create like a new currency. We need to like start from scratch. And it's like virtually impossible because people have tried to do it, and some of them got like very, very close to success, and so they know how much they have to defend against it. They know how much like they need to like hedge against it. The only real like hope is if everyone just kind of wakes up to what's really going on in like a profound, like meaningful way, because at the end of the day they're the 1%. Like everyone outside it is the majority. It's like the 99%, right? Like the base of the pyramid is where the real power is. That's like the illusion. Everyone sitting on the base of the pyramid is where the power is. But they control everyone's perceptions. They control everything on the way down. So people can't really think for themselves because they just like they control education. You know, they control the economy, they control the media. There's kind of like no way they can override all this brainwashing. You can't just override like trillions of dollars worth of brainwashing that's been spanned over like multiple generations, you know. Yeah, that's like exactly what I'm saying, right? Like if you go against the powers that be, you get a magic bullet for the fucking neck. That's what I'm saying. But even then, right, like JFK still living in the shadow of a like faulty system that's easily exploited and easily manipulated. So maybe even if he did get into power, things should just end up kind of similar. It's always been rulers, right? Like the people at the top throughout history. It's always kind of been the same of restricting people's like liberty and power throughout the vast majority of history. Like the king, the queen, or like the emperor, or the pharaoh, like sits at the top. But it's we're kind of like at the point now where the way everything's been crafted, it's outside of any like religious or like moral system or stability. Like everything's getting pretty tense and the culture is getting extremely mindless. There's definitely been points throughout history, like the Dark Ages or whatever, where things have been even worse. I don't know. Just gotta wait for Christ or something, I guess. I mean, we can all fight, and we can all be aware, and we can all do our best to like not fall into the trap and not fall into the system. But like the odds are overwhelmingly stacked against us. If only it was like Diablo, right? Just like one druid. One fucking druid against the forces of fucking darkness. We talked about a lot of shit though tonight. Yeah, like I think a lot of what we're experiencing is like spiritual warfare. Right, so it's like, even though the odds are all stacked against us and we're all going for a bad phase in the earth and there's so much corruption and so much evil. It's we'll just gotta keep the faith, right? We'll just gotta be secure in ourselves and work on the inner world. And I think that that's how you defeat the demons, you know.
Revenant, return to dust.
Oh man. Off to the land of dreams for me. Diablo dreams tonight, probably. Better than fucking trading dreams. I keep having trading dreams. I had this fucked up trading dream, right? Where like I bought in on this candle. And it just like fucking skyrocketed like up like so fast. I'm like, holy shit, yes. And then I kept like squinting at the screen. I was like, oh shit. It's like moving so fast up that it's actually moving down. And then I was just like, oh shit. And then I woke up. Yeah, good night, brothers. I should be back on tomorrow. I'm definitely feeling those Diablo vibes coming back now. I'm like really stuck into the game. And it's always some mad fucking shit going on Diablo nights. So yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. Probably. Unless these thunderstorms keep up. I get 8 fucking ravens. How am I gonna name all these ravens, man? I'll get another one, Twister. But I'm really, really enjoying this game. Fucking, I think I'm gonna like it way more than the base game, which is saying a lot. So I'll definitely be playing this one on the weekends. Maybe we'll go back for like an odd weekend. We'll like go back to Diablo 1 and like check it out. But yeah, I think I'm gonna be sticking to this for the weekends going forward. Alright guys. Peace out. Stay strong.